It's that time. Good morning. We're hoping you believe in something this morning. Yes, indeed. I believe that I was going to come in here and get it with this air conditioner this morning. Strong belief I had this morning. Unshakable. You might call me a convert. Convert to air. That's me. All right. I got Sherman in here this morning and Stevens here just setting, the little knobs, they'd have to be just so. And you have to have these fine-tuned fingers and a sensory perception that allows you to gauge just where it is. Whereas I just come in and flip the button and ring it all the way to the right.
Just put
Yeah,
it
that's
on
why
go.
they don't allow me near the equipment. You understand? Stevens, I know you weren't you weren't here last Wednesday, but it was for a good reason, and that was that soccer was in town. Huh?
I mean, we were trying to get back on there
Yeah.
on YouTube at least,
Yeah.
and like the game next door to us just drained all the network power all around us. So we were on the radio, but we just couldn't make it that YouTube stream. So I looked at the schedule. We only have a few more games left, but nothing on the Wednesday. So hopefully that works out.
Yeah. But the traffic has been better than I thought. But I only travel like 10 miles, so
Right, and the games have been like once a week. So everybody flies in,
yeah.
and then they fly out after the game. So
Yeah.
I think the last game was Netherlands versus Sweden.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
there was,
yeah.
I don't know if you saw, there was like footage online of the street walking towards the stadium.
Past my house.
It was full of orange jerseys.
Yeah.
It was like a
Yeah,
big
yeah,
like,
yeah.
they all decided to arrive to the stadium at like have a little parade before they went inside the
Yeah,
stadium.
they
So
did. They
so it was
came from
good.
further down Kirby, and walked
Yeah.
past where I'm living, and it's quite a sight.
Yeah.
I guess I just peeked out once in a while.
I saw it on my phone, so
Yeah.
I'm good with that.
Yeah, right.
Saw it on the phone.
Right. Yeah. So Wednesday.
Yeah, Wednesday.
You already set the agenda.
Yeah,
You got
absolutely.
You
I
know
mean,
who you got.
We're definitely as far as guests go, yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. But I was looking forward to this past Wednesday to talk about Chris Hollins and this investigation he just opened up, and like really look into what's going on with the mayor's office and his friend. That
Is this going to be a big thing? Is this going to go because there was a vote, and I think we're talking about the 15-1 vote.
Well,
for
yeah,
the,
there's a vote for the budget, but this is a
The
separate
budget.
thing.
Okay.
So Chris Hollins, he opened up an investigation.
And let's tell people who Chris Hollins is.
He's the city controller.
Okay, yes.
Yeah, so
Mhm.
controller.
Mhm.
And his job is to look at anything,
At the budget.
how the budget is being used, every tax dollar is being spent. He is reacting to a Houston Chronicle piece that came out about a gentleman, I think his name is Chris Brown, that used to
It
be the
was.
former
Yeah.
city controller under Turner.
You're right.
And I guess him and Whitmire have a relationship or friendship, and so Whitmire created a position
Yes.
and hired him,
Yes.
and he hasn't really checked into work like that.
Now that's going to be interesting because there can be a rationale for somebody not going to work if the job can be done from somewhere else and if it makes sense for
Right.
them to do that. But as I was looking at the time spent away from this job,
And also, you have city email, and
Yeah, the
and
email,
they
right.
looked at the emails and they said like you haven't used
That-
your email that much.
yeah,
so,
it was weak. It was
so
weak.
If you're
Yeah.
doing, and also the emails that they didn't have like the CC'd on like anybody from the city.
Yeah.
So he was using the emails for something else, or who knows. So Chris Hollins decided that he's going to open an investigation in hopes that the mayor cooperates, because the mayor created this position, so he is the supervisor.
Yes.
So he's actually the person that needs to be answering questions. So it's just going to add to another chapter to this contentious relationship between Chris Hollins and Whitmire,
Yeah.
who apparently don't speak to each other unless during city hall, like council
Yeah.
time. So
Well, see, so that's contentious relationship number 2. There may be more, but I know
Right.
Edward Pollard.
Pollard, yes,
and,
absolutely.
and the mayor. You know.
and look, this.
Were you surprised that Pollard voted for the budget? I mean, I don't know what.
No,
was
he
in
voted.
there,
He
so
voted no.
Oh, he did vote.
He was
no.
the only
He
vote.
was the no vote.
He was the only no
and
vote.
Tasha Jackson
She voted
abstained.
yes.
Right? Oh, she
It
voted
was
yes.
Tiffany. It was Tiffany Thomas.
Tiffany Thomas. That
Yeah.
that.
So everybody else voted
abstained.
yes. And right now with this investigation, we'll see how things go. Because right now, like people, the appetite to root out all corruption or anything that sounds or smells like corruption is high. So
I hope so.
if this investigation, ends up turning out more of those, like, he's making $172,000 on taxpayer people's as a salary, and if they show up that he hasn't really been doing much work, or if he's the main reason why this budget looks the way it does because Whitmire's leaning on him and people don't like this budget as it is, then it's just, next year is the mayor's race.
Can we make that count in politics? That's my question. Sherman's a money guy.
Oh,
Sherman's a money guy.
Everybody's a money person now with this economy.
Trying to be a money guy. If you look at
yeah.
Right.
But I'm an expert from the opposite end. I'm the expert from not having enough. You guys really dig down into budgets and politics.
Let me ask you this about this investigation. Has there been any hints of him working a different job? Because that's usually what happens. They just had a lady in Austin who was working for the city and the state, I believe it was, at the same time. So she's drawing 2 paychecks, absent from one or the other during the week, et cetera.
I mean, he probably.
But he's
does have
an
another
advisor,
job.
right?
Yeah, it's like a senior advisor.
Yeah. It's like he was on.
But is it okay for him to work somewhere else?
Yeah.
I mean,
Maybe.
that's generally.
I think so.
Perhaps
so.
that's what the investigation is going to see.
Yeah.
I just know that most people are going to be like,
Conflict
if you're going to be making full-time salary, you better be working full-time.
Full-time.
Yeah.
We're paying you for 40 hours, that much for 40
It
hours.
was like
You better
16
be there
emails
for
this
40
whole time.
hours.
How much is that per email?
yeah.
$172,000.
Is there a
10
plausible?
grand an email.
Is there a place where what he's working on, what they are asking for his advice on, does not require his presence at City Hall in the same way a person who is there to put in 40 hours a week
Well,
is there.
I think what Chris Hollins may be teeing up is very simple. Like the budget that just passed, it wasn't a good budget, and he pointed that out throughout his campaign. Not his running for office campaign, but like the online campaign he did, explaining the budget, why it was a terrible budget. So if the investigation yields that your senior financial advisor, this Chris Brown gentleman, helped you come up with this budget, an unpopular budget, and you have this high salary, and you only report to the mayor, and you haven't been to the office in like the entire time, maybe like I think they said 8 times he checked in or something like that. Then people are going to.
It was a low number.
Yeah, it was a very low number. So people are going to be like, well, this is not necessary. So it's just like I said, the appetite to root out corruption for wherever it is high in everybody in this country now, because they're seeing what's going on in the White House, they're seeing how the inside trading is going, and so they'll see any small little like just a scent of corruption at a local level, and they're going to want to root it out. So I think Chris Hollins played it smart with the press conference. He said this is just an investigation and we just need cooperation.
He did, didn't he?
Not promising a timeline. This could take a week, a month, a year. Who knows?
I like that. He didn't sensationalize it.
No.
He didn't do that at all. His theme was, we're going to be thorough, that this is unusual, and that we're going to get to the bottom.
Those are the right words.
Those are the right words.
And
the right words.
When the reporters started to ask questions at the end, like one of them I think was trying to, like, I don't know, if maybe they're trying to trip him up or they were just trying to see if they could catch him not ready. They asked him, was like, has your office ever conducted an investigation like this before? And his answer was like very plain, like, this is the office job, and because of the investigation that Houston Chronicle released, we have to look into it.
Yes.
So it was almost like they're trying to say, like, why are you using the office?
Yeah.
This is what the job is for this office. I'm doing my job. So it's gonna be I hope that the focus and the attention is gonna be consistent and people are following this, because the conversation around austerity and populism, economic populism, like, this is one of those little sparks for Houston to really kind of catch on to that.
That's a term to really think about. Generally, we talk about populism in terms of general politics, and that covers a lot of ground. Economic populism, what do you think, how is that going to play out? Will people actually have a better, does it open the door to people understanding local budgets and civics
Yeah.
more. How
I think
civics is at the root of much of this for me,
Right.
Because it's about process,
Right. And I know they try to confuse people through like just how the details can sound so complicated.
Yes.
But it's people's like our job and the city controller's job and people at City Hall's job to simplify it for folks who are like trying to understand all this budget talk, which is simple. Like if you don't have money for X amount of services, then you're gonna take it from somewhere else
Right.
in the budget.
Yes.
So when Chris Holland says, "Hey, they want to add a $5 garbage fee to your, taxes on top of already like stripping down the services that they've been stripping down, like potholes not getting fixed, water pipelines that are city responsibility not getting fixed, and trash pickup is not happening on time." People see that and it's like that is a result of the budget being cut down. So
Right.
when you have less money in these services, your neighborhood doesn't look as good as it could look.
Yeah.
And what are they spending the money on? So people talk about like, why is the police department getting another increase? Can't we just use that for something else? So simplifying it as like a household budget conversation is very like the best way to go about it, to make people kind of understand it and equate it to like their own finances. Because otherwise, they're gonna try to tie you up in the lingo, and you get lost, you get bored, and you move on.
Yeah.
But it's as simple as like your money's not going towards you no more, or your neighborhood. It's going towards like other interests that don't do anything but just kind of like let your property and your neighborhood depreciate over time.
I think that as close as we come to understanding it as a populist concern is when we find out somebody stole $20,000 from the landscaping company and the schools. The things didn't happen. When you hear those kinds of jobs and the money being given to friendship arrangements,
Right.
or that kind of thing, it jumps out at you.
Yeah.
Right? You can understand it. But what we don't we don't get the opportunity. There's been nobody there to explain to us how that money was disbursed in the first place, how the contract bids and all
Right.
of that.
And-
If so, maybe we could help some of our small businesses.
Absolutely, because even like in the national level politics, people are seeing these one-to-one comparisons, like the whole algae in the pool.
thing.
Why did that happen?
Yes.
People are like, well, what do you mean? Well, somebody had to clean the pool,
Right.
but that contract went out to a brand new company.
On no bid.
No bid. So it didn't get to like be like, let's see other several companies. This one company came out of nowhere that doesn't have any reviews on their Yelp or whatever.
Yes.
Is a brand new company that just happens to know somebody that's in the White House. Right. They got this contract for over $100 million, and now the reflecting pool is full of algae.
Yeah.
So that's an example of a one-to-one. Like, look, what happens over there is the same thing happens in every city budget. Somebody's getting contracts for your money, and they're not doing the best job, and also there was no competition or fair for the bidding process. Yeah. And then you get a result that's not, it's subpar, but what it did do was fill up his friends' pockets.
Yes. And that's happening on the local level. And we've just got to, I think it teaches us, look at home too. You lambast the politician because there's such a strong sentiment against that particular politician, or because he or she is not in your party. All right, and we get caught on that, nailing the celebrity. He bears the sins of the world, right? However, the same thing is happening here in our local government. And this Chris Holland's thing sounds like it can open the door to serious conversations about
all these things that they're serious and the investigation, and I get that. I don't live in Houston. You know what the number one thing I'm hearing about the whole thing?
What?
I got to pay $5 more for trash.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Because
and he
it
put it out
affects
there.
you directly.
Yeah.
All of a sudden now they're in your budget.
Yes.
It was okay for somebody to take $175,000.
Right. And imagine the people who live in neighborhoods where the garbage doesn't even get picked up frequently, and they're being told.
Dumping.
and the trash dumping, right?
Trash dumping.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of those conversations, and also I forgot the name of the organization. There's a Sunnyside organization that's going around cleaning all the.
Yeah,
dump
Oh
Travis
yeah. We had him on.
Travis McGee.
Well, Travis McGee.
Travis
and,
McGee.
Oh, I know Travis McGee.
And another guy, Mr. Fears, 24-year-old real estate guy.
Yes,
Who
there we go.
organizes these people, and he's doing a cleanup. I think I got it
Right.
here
Friend of mine
on
in
my.
Missouri City is doing a female. She's
Okay.
out doing
Yeah.
things like that.
Yeah.
while watching the car. 'Cause
There's a
it's close
cleanup
to her.
campaign that we're going to be talking about this morning, incidentally, because he's got 16, 17-year-olds out there. He's got young people out there, and they're getting volunteers to sign up, and they are cleaning up these places, picking up this trash themselves. And yeah, it's
And
a
I'm,
great
and I'm
thing.
telling you, what I'm excited about is the fact that people are being motivated with these budget conversations because they're seeing what's happening in New York. And Mandani literally would respond to people tweeting at him or posting a social media message, say like, "My neighborhood is full of potholes," and
Yeah.
he said, "Done."
Yeah,
And he got
and
there.
got there.
He sent
Okay.
people there and fixed up all these potholes. He actually put a program out to fix as many potholes around New York, and to do it within like a 72-hour window, and they did. So it's like the whole thing about
Wow, yeah.
like, oh, well, the budget and the resources and
yeah.
the labor.
Yeah,
No, it's
yeah,
just you holding
yeah.
back, because every single penny that they get to hold back from you servicing you, they're just
Yeah.
saving it for their own pockets or for their friends' pockets. So
Yeah.
New York is a great
Sylvester
example.
tried to do that.
Yes,
and, I saw him out the first time he went out with a crew on the little jackhammer.
Yeah.
I said, okay, it's a good thing. This is not your job.
For 30 seconds, for 10 seconds, for
It's
10
not
seconds,
your
right?
job.
Yeah.
You
This
can see
is
it in his face.
yeah.
No, I can't handle this.
Yeah, yeah.
Clean the
But
block,
yeah.
yes.
Clean the block,
That's the one.
clean the block.
Yeah, I was
And
gonna reach out to them. I'm glad that you guys talk to them.
Yeah, man.
That's
Yeah.
very important,
We had
because
them
that's the
and-
way that people tangibly see the changes in their neighborhood and what the city should be doing.
Yeah,
What the
yeah.
city
As
should be taking
opposed to
care of.
$5 more to pick up my trash.
Because, for example,
Yeah.
in New York, they had that terrible snowstorm at the start of the year. Mandani put out a call to pay people, what was it, $75 an hour
Okay.
to go shovel snow. People applied, showed up, and the snow was all clean by the end of the day, right?
Wow.
That kind of a program, why can't Clean the Block be one of those, groups of people that get paid by the city
Yeah.
to clean
yeah.
up their own block?
Yeah.
Because there's people out there that if Houston was to put out a program for the next weekend, 72 hours, apply so that way you can clean your block and we could pay you for your time to do it,
Yeah.
you will see a lot of neighborhoods get cleaned up right quick, and money go right in the community. That's just going to circulate right around the same areas.
yeah.
So
Every
like,
time
Yeah.
I drive down Alabama, I think about that because the what do they call it? The mid part, the
The median. The middle.
median. The
oh, they
median
do a lot of
is,
dumping in those spots.
There's
Yeah.
so much trash that is accumulated on the side.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And just to take a shovel and go down that and throw the dirt back up in the median would be beneficial to the street.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
something simple like that.
I mean, just getting trash out the way, and it makes for what you call beautification, and
Yeah.
you
Well,
know,
you have a stake in it, and when somebody does something, you're gonna say something.
Right.
When you see it.
Yeah.
Because
It makes you
have a
feel
real
good,
stake
too.
in it.
Yeah.
It makes you
Yeah.
feel good.
guess what? Guess you get to walk down around the neighborhood, and you don't smell that garbage anymore. You don't see that garbage anymore. It might just create a better environment for the positivity that you feel to continue on doing something else.
And maybe people will understand civics in a new light.
Right.
They will see it. They can hear it being talked about over here. They can hear it. They can hear it on Politics with
They can
Friends with Stephen
participate in
Oresco, who's here. They can hear Dr. Biko Mandela, and they can hear our sister Rodriguez,
Maria Yvonne.
Maria Yvonne, talk about that. And these are conversations that we can have, and they also have guests over here. And then they've got Lydia Flanagan and Akua Fayette, and they talk about civics in a very, Akua talks about it from a very personal standpoint. She speaks about it from a spiritual mindset. And we can, and all of this program is geared towards having healthy individuals with healthy minds healthy bodies and healthy civic attitudes. You know, these things can make a difference, man.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I think political consciousness is on the rise just because we're seeing the evidence. DC just elected, well, not elected, the primary for the Democratic candidate for mayor in DC is a Democratic socialist.
Yeah.
So this Mandani wave is spreading through the East Coast. And so hopefully next year when we're looking at the city elections, I'm excited to see Leticia Plummer win this year for county judge. But also keeping an eye on Chris Hollins. Maybe he's going to make a run at the mayor's office.
When I saw that investigation, it certainly lines him up. Lines him up to be in that.
And I'm excited. I'm excited for this generation of young public servants that are on the rise. You know, you have Christian Menifee, of course.
Yes.
You know, you have Chris Hollins, Leticia Plummer. I would say Pollard as well with how he's resisting against the budget. There was a candidate who lost, but hopefully he runs again. Jordan Thomas. Yeah. He was running for the district that has Sunnyside. He's from Sunnyside. You know, he spoke big on metro transit and you know, like fixing up the bus systems and the trains and everything, so people can actually you know, transport themselves around the city without having to wait on buses for long times in the heat. And he's a very infrastructure heavy type of candidate. So like Jordan Thomas is somebody that I hope that runs for office again, because we need that. We need people who know how to help fix the city and make it more efficient. And when you make it more efficient, it makes it so people are able to enjoy the city more, have more pride in the city, and it just kind of carries over into everything else. Yeah.
Well, you were talking about New York, and I started thinking about the 7th congressional district there, and the Mamdani endorsed candidate, and I think out of what's her name? Let's see, Claire Valdez, I think, and Julie Warren squared off in a debate. That was New York. That was New York 1 though. But there is a candidate that Mamdani is lobbying for, and the person on the other side, I think, is the one. Here it is, with support of Mayor Claire Valdez is running for her first term. And the New York City chapter of the Democratic Socialists are backing her, and she's a relative newcomer to the city. But the other person in New York 7 has been there for a while, and I think his dad was also, but he's a progressive, but he was borough president in the Bronx or Brooklyn. I can't recall. Right. But anyway, there's a new set of politicians, though. These two
absolutely.
young, they're new politicians coming in.
And this first election, we're about to see the Mandani endorsement power, because he hasn't really had to see the results yet.
That's right. He's just 6 months in. He's just only 6 months in.
But after November, people are going to count how many did he endorse, how many won. And if they see that he has a strong endorsing power, then that's when you're going to start seeing Mandani show up in California races, endorsing somebody, in Texas races, you know, just spreading the Democratic Socialist type of ideologies to other regions in the country, just because people are going to be vying for his endorsement.
Wow. I want to hear so much more of this, and I know it's unfair. We can't, because, well, first of all, he would never run out of material. However, he's got things that he does. He has a real life. The good news is, if you want to hear more in-depth politics, in-depth civics, incidentally, I'm going to interrupt my own self to say Melissa Murray has just written she's written a book.
Okay.
The Annotated Constitution.
Ooh.
And she makes her own notes and observations. So it's just out.
It needs to update. So
She says she's come to the conclusion that they had a conversation about it, and she was saying that people know about the Constitution, but so much of what they think about the Constitution is not true, because she's listening to the daily conversations, and she wants to talk about, she said our elected officials really don't know. They walk around with it pocket size, but they misquote it. Right.
But no, I'm looking forward to having these conversations. I'm gonna get out of here.
Yeah,
Gentlemen,
yeah.
have a good morning.
Yeah.
And everybody else, have a good morning, and
Yeah.
we'll keep it.
All
We'll
right.
keep it going.
Wednesday night,
What
and
time?
and go to YouTube too.
7?
Yeah. If you want to, you
go
want to
to
get a
YouTube.
taste, go to YouTube. Go to YouTube. 12.
Thanks, man.
12:30 YouTube. All right. Talking politics with friends. Steve Oresco. All right. It's 23 minutes after the hour. I'm excited because Sherman's excited. Sherman was over here the other day, and I just happen to know that Sherman has
I just
things,
happened to ride by.
things on his mind. Things on his mind. He's gonna share those things with us. So I want you to stay tuned.
I do want to first of all just kind of get into the topics of the day. I mean, we can't go by without talking about the MOU. The memo.
Well, let's
of
do this then.
understanding.
Yeah. You go ahead. You talk about that. Then we'll take a break, and then
We
we'll
can take a break.
We'll come in. No, I mean, you can if you want to keep the blocks separate, so you can have. I want your thought to have its own space, have its own space here. So
Unfortunately, my thoughts have a lot of space in my head, and sometimes they don't all.
I always say, but mine are always bumping into one
Bumping
another
into
up
each
there
other, going
in
around the
that
curve.
in
What
that
was that?
space. But now that we've told people we're here, good morning, everybody. This is the Morning Magazine. Sherman Smith is my co-host on Mondays, and he occasionally drops by, and I love it. And he drops by because, well, we put out the call for him from time to time. That's why. But Sherman and Keith Downey, who's here faithfully with Thursdays on Us Community Chat, and we want you to get as much community news as possible. And of course, we're up on the web. There's something different afoot here. And here's what it is, ladies and gentlemen. Some of this news may be local in its particulars, but on the larger scale, this is the nature of politics. The framework applies. Federal, state, and local governments are constructed out of pretty much the same template across the country. And so when we talk about bills and legislation and ordinances, we know that it applies to some people in your area. You've got a city council, no doubt. You've got a state legislature, no doubt. And you've got a governor. And you've got politicians who fill those seats. And you've got political appointees who operate in those agencies. And so we hope from these conversations, though we are identifying local players, that as we discuss some of these issues and we discuss solutions that we see being formed that may have the prospect of changing something in your community, you will glom on to that. Because no doubt, when there's corruption, it's more than corruption in just one place. When there's favoritism, when all of these maladies occur, they don't only happen right here in Houston, thank God. Not that I wish ill upon the rest of you, but I have not, in these many years, found that there's a place that is a utopia of perfect government, and you can see that just look at our state of politics.
Absolutely, Paris. Good point.
Yeah. So look, we're going to take a break.
Wait,
come back.
you got to say happy birthday to you for Ralph Cooper.
Hey, Coop!
Ralph
Yes,
Cooper's
yeah. So in June we've got Michael Harris, we've got me,
Harris,
we've got Ralph Cooper, and Ralph. We know you like being low key. We know that. We understand that. But you know you had to get you in the mix here.
You have to put him out there.
Got to put you out there, bro. Got to put you out. I was
All cakes be delivered to. Okay, don't give me the address. Don't light the candle before you put it in the box.
That's 2 minutes. That's an ordinance. That's a, the utility company will be after you for burning up too much fuel So don't try to put the number of candles on the cake for Ralph. Look, we're going to come right back to you in just a moment, ladies and gentlemen. We do thank you for being here. George Gabriel, good morning to you. I saw your comments on a post the other day. And Paul Wright, good morning to you. Paul Wright, our guy, our brother, talking about Happy Father's Day. And Paul, I took your advice, man. Paul said, look, you may not get the Mercedes that you had in mind. You may not get that extravagant gift, but if you got a pair of socks, be happy for those. Yeah, and I want you to know, Paul, I am happy for my compression socks.
Absolutely, Paris.
if you're gonna get a sock for me, if you're gonna get some socks for me, they better be compression socks. So we are thankful. We are thankful for all of those things. Back in a moment with Sherman Smith, right here on the Source, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see. Well, first, before we do any of that, let's regain what's going on here. Getting some control over what we're doing here this morning. Did want to talk about the Sunnyside community cleanup. First of all, there's something playing underneath here. Of course, I can't ask you, ladies and gentlemen. I know what I got going on here. All right, let me share this way. Yeah, live radio. Don't try this at home. So I have to keep talking over that music so that YouTube won't take me down. Yeah. All right. There. YouTube should be happy now. I found the malfunction there. All right. Now, clean the blocks. Sunnyside Community Cleanup. You are invited to attend Clean the Block. It's their cleanup, the big cleanup operation. And it is taking place, I get your date, Safer Neighborhoods, one block at a time. There is a particular one that's going on, Sherman. I got to see this story. And we'll give you those dates. And we'll give you those dates. We'll give you those dates
as we move forward.
As we move forward, no doubt about it.
This is Gilbert Andrew Garcia of A Tip from Gilbert, talk, inspiration, and prayer. Listen to my show every Monday from 11 to 12 on KWWJ 1360 AM, KYOK 1140 AM, KCOH at 1230 KCOH.com, Sankeet Radio at 95.1 FM, 1460 AM, and Latino Sports, KEYH 850 AM. Call in at 832-570-8075 and follow me on social media. See you then.
A Tip from Gilbert, Mondays 11 a.m. on 1230 KCOH, The Source.
Everybody's talking about the high price of eggs. Well, I don't know much about eggs, but I tell you this. If you want great chicken at a great price, how about Chicken Plus, 6210 North Wayside? Let's hear what his customers are saying. Michelle writes, Chicken Plus has some of the best fried chicken and best fried okra in the city. We stay about 45 minutes away, but the drive is definitely worth it. E. Max says, the chicken is seasoned so well and every bite has a special crunch. It's my go-to chicken spot when I want homemade fried chicken that's always good. Now that's what I'm talking about right there. Great fried chicken, okra, rice and gravy, desserts. You're going to find it all at Chicken Plus, 6210 North Wayside. You don't have time to make the drive? Hey, no problem. You can order Chicken Plus on DoorDash and Uber Eats. You better do what you got to do to get your hands on some of that great fried chicken, the best fried chicken in the city. Great chicken at great prices. That's Chicken Plus. See you there.
Saturdays, we're taking you back with Carrie Lewis on Inside Tracks, soulful, funky, rhythm and blues, disco, doo-wop, rock and roll, new jack swing, and everything in between. Inside Tracks has all the classics for you and even those forgotten gems too. So join Carrie Lewis on Inside Tracks every Saturday afternoon beginning at 2 p.m. only on KCOH 1230 The Source.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
Hi,
I'm JJ Walls with Sunnyside Dental, and yes, it's now been over 30 years that we've been providing quality dental care for our patients in the Houston area. It's now come to my attention that many of you that want to come to Sunnyside Dental have Medicare plans that we don't accept. Hold up, that has got to change. Sunnyside Dental is now accepting most Medicare dental plans. WellCare, Liberty, United Healthcare, Cigna, Kelsey Care Advantage, Amerigroup, Aetna, and many more. We're getting on board. Call Sunnyside Dental at 713-738-1999. If you have Medicare and would like to receive the personal touch provided by Sunnyside Dental, call us at 713-738-1999. We look forward to helping you achieve the smile that you can't wait to share with the world.
Got Medicare dental benefits? Call Sunnyside Dental 713-738-1999.
This is Gilbert Andrew Garcia of A Tip from Gilbert, talk, inspiration, and prayer. Listen to my show every Monday from 11 to 12 on KWWJ 1360 AM, KYOK 1140 AM, KCOH at 1230 KCOH.com, Sangeet Radio at 95.1 FM, 1460 AM, and Latino Sports, KEYH 850 AM. Call in at 832-570-8075 and follow me on social media. See you then.
A Tip from Gilbert, Mondays 11 a.m. on 1230 KCOH, The Source.
Gonna keep on trying till I reach my highest ground.
And now, a message from the future frequency.
Young voters, Gen Z, and millennials, if you're ready to make your voice count, here's how you make it happen. First, register to vote. It only takes a few minutes. Just look up your local election office and follow the steps for your area. Next, verify your information. Confirm your name, your address, and your polling location so nothing slows you down. And don't wait for election day. Vote early. Pick your day, pick your time, and skip the lines. Make your plan to vote early and vote to be heard. The future is live right now, and you're the frequency.
Then we gon' be alright.
This message is powered by Diversity of Thought and proudly sponsored by 1230 KCOH, The Source.
And good morning again. I like to go with Paris Eley's morning expression all the time. Guys, it's in you. So make sure you take a good look at yourself and make sure you come out smiling. Didn't want to hit on the early morning memos of the day. The memo of understanding is being breached. Trump has already violated the first one, which was no attacks, no verbal attacks on each other. And he started that almost immediately by saying we're going to bomb them. And then, of course, Netanyahu came into Lebanon and did that. So basically, your gas went up. They said it's going back down. Well, guess what? It's not going back down right away. So, you know, that's something you got to put in your back pocket and just kind of grin and bear it and keep on going. There are other things in the world that we're not necessarily going to touch on. If you feel like you want to bring it up, please do so. We got Carmelo Anthony still on everybody's mind. A lot of other things going on. So we're available. We want to talk with you. Just give us a call, 713-668-1230. Caller, we do see you. Callers, we do see you. I'm going to, I promised Paris a little homework that I was going to do, and I'm going to do this real quick. It's not as polished as I thought it would be, Paris, so I'm going to stumble through it here. Basically what I did was I had in my mind from past conversations with people things like, what has Obama done? Why don't black people pick themselves up by the bootstrap? And you know, you can do better, just go. Why is everybody in the hood doing this, doing that, and the other? So I kind of strung together some things. So I want to kind of push out. And I call it basically no freedom. Slavery, you can talk about slavery from the 1800s, or you can talk about it from 1619. It doesn't matter. It's your choice. And I'm not going to touch everything on slavery, but I am going to start with a few things. Harriet Tubman, always been somebody that I admired. She said, I freed 3,000 slaves, would have freed 3,000 more if they knew they were slaves. That's deep. You have to understand where you are and what you're doing to correct your own situation. That I think is the first thing. There's no freedom there. 350 years of slavery. We have to understand that, and again, that can go back to 1800 or back to 1619, however you want to phrase it. We got the 250-year anniversary of this country coming up, and you can celebrate it all you want. I'm old enough to remember the bicentennial, 1976. I remember that. I actually wrote a poem in reference to that a long time ago back in college. Moving forward from that point, we had a black regiment in the Union Army, and that black regiment fought hard and got a lot of accolades after the fact, but again, no freedom. We had the Buffalo Soldiers. The Buffalo Soldiers actually went out and made the West, quote unquote, safe. They did what they had to do. There were a lot of indigenous people who actually were appreciative, and some feared the Buffalo Soldiers for how fierce they were. But none of that bought us freedom. After the Civil War, after President Lincoln, we had Jim Crow. And there was, of course, no freedom. No land was given, no money was given. We were still in poverty. We had to work sharecroppers, but no freedom. The Hellcats in the First World War were not actually a fighting unit. They were supposed to be a labor unit, but the French people needed, the French army needed reinforcements, so they sent the Hellcats over there. They didn't have that nickname at the time. But once they started fighting and once they started gaining ground on the Germans, they gave them the name the Hellcats for the way they fought. Even the German army appreciated them and gave them accolades. But no freedom came for that. The Tuskegee Airmen fought in World War II. The 6888, of course, everybody's seen that movie about the 6888 and what they did. No, they didn't fight, but they did a lot for the morale of the Army in World War II. But no freedom came of that, no benefits, and no GI loans. We were forced to live in red line districts. Red line basically kept you from buying homes and kept the homes that you were in from being appreciated. You were in poor schools. You had job discrimination, absolutely no freedom, no upward mobility, no increase in pay of any kind at any point. And this was all in the 40s and 50s. Basically, reality, all this brings about the reality of the current African Americans. We need to understand our reality, and it's based on where we came from, and all that's where we came from. Now we believe in moving to neighborhoods where we're not wanted. We go to schools, and what's happened in us getting in white flight, they left us, we caught up with them. Now they have schools that only they can get into. And I'm talking about charter, not necessarily charter schools, but private schools. Most of your private schools have one nationality. Large chunks of the country didn't need you around. Now they're talking about getting rid of a large chunk of minority population. Believe me, you're part of it. What can you do to fix it? And guess what? I'm going to end it right there on that question. What can we do to fix it? Think about that. Take your time. We'll come back to that. For right now, let's see. I believe we can actually get to callers. Paris has left me to engineer on my own, so hold on a second. Caller, you're on. Good morning, good morning. Hold on. All right, caller, good morning. Okay, guys, we're having a little bit of a technical difficulty, so I'm going to let you guys give me a call back. We'll put you back on. Sorry about that. That's just me being stuck and wondering which hole does the star go into. Just hold on for a moment, caller. We got you. Paris Eley is on his way back in. Appreciate you guys listening. We are KCOH. We are 1230, KCOH The Source. You can call us at 713-668-1230. You can also find us on YouTube. You can go to YouTube and you can search for KCOH The Source, We are there. You can log in there. You can leave questions there if you like. And we got the phone calls lit up. I'm going to have to call in Mr. Eley. He'll be right with us, folks. Hold on. Just hold on. What call you're on?
There you are, finally. Look. Give Paris a break, okay? He's moving a little slower now that he's 80. Okay, Sherman?
Paris don't need a break. Paris needs to stay here and help me. You need to leave him alone.
Well, I mean, if he retires, this whole station's going to go down.
Oh, man.
Man, let me talk about your monologue. Ladies and gentlemen.
Please don't.
Look, as long as Black America, and I'm talking this country, only makes up 15% of the population, ladies and gentlemen, you can put a positive spin on anything from politics to business, but you're outnumbered, okay?
Did you put a positive spin on that?
No, I didn't. Not
okay,
yet.
I'm just wondering where you're going with that. Go on.
I'm going where the answer is, real quick. I'll try and be fast.
Okay.
But when I talk fast, people misunderstand. So look, you're outnumbered, and anything you do, the other side, if you're going to put it in context of one side versus the other side, will always have more. So the answer, look, at 15%, you're never going to be the majority in Congress or the Senate. Black America has had a black president, a black mayor.
USA had a black president. Black America didn't have a black president. Let's get that right.
Okay, how do you want to word it? Okay, I mean, you know what I meant, but yeah, and you want me to try to reword it, or you?
No, you're good with it. Go on.
Okay, we're wasting time. See, he wasted my valuable time. Moving on. But Paris knows where I'm going, and Sherman too. He's just playing me, which is his prerogative. But look, at 15%, you're never going to be majority in anything, and as long as they feel differently than you, and they don't see the way you see things, and as long as you cannot change one's heart and one's mind. They're not you. They are they. You are you. And as long as you keep separating yourself, even with this station or talk about conversation, they and us, you'll have to get out of your circle and join the rest of the 85%. But as long as you separate and try and make change and change for the betterment of your community, it's not going to work. If it would, everything's been tried. Anything, people can come up after my call and tell Sherman this is the answer, or Sherman can come up with something. It won't work because the power and control is in a numbers game, and you don't have the numbers, okay? And don't talk to me about coalition. You think the brown people will use you and throw you aside if you form a coalition. So the best you can do, and here's the answer, and nobody wants to hear it, it's about love, okay? Metaphysics. Love is more powerful than anything you can come up with. And if you don't feel that way, it's your right. But love is the answer.
Okay.
Have a good one.
Okay. No, don't go yet, Mike. I have a couple of things to ask you. He's gone. But number one, I wanted to ask Mike, and I know you're still listening. What did that have to do with what I said? Okay, I'm gonna let that go. And secondly, yes, you're right. Love is the answer. But we've given love. We as African Americans have given love for our masters for quite a while. I don't see the love coming back. Mr. Eley.
I wanted to say numbers depend upon what you're counting. You can have a lot of one thing, but it's what you got valuable. Let's take a step back on those numbers that you're talking about, Texas Mike. 2/3 is greater than 1/3. 66% versus 33%. 66% of this country did not vote for this presidency. A third of the people, a third of the voters did. But 66% of the voters, those who may have chosen not to vote, but they did not vote for this. And this is why the numbers are in fact shifting. And the numbers tell a different story. The numbers say that we don't want to be overtaxed. The numbers say we don't think you should give preferential treatment to your friends with our tax dollars. The numbers say we think you've got a Supreme Court that's out of touch with the rest of America. That's the majority of Americans, incidentally, the majority of American voters I'm talking about. Those are the numbers, and within that number, within that 85% that you talk about, a number of those that 85% are roughly only 20% of that number seems to agree with the direction in which the country is headed. See, there in that 85%, there are some moderates. In that 85%, there are some persuadable. Even if you don't like the term moderates, there's some persuadable voters. You can't say you don't want to use color as the dominant metric. You don't want to use color as the deciding matter or race as the deciding matter, as if race and then equate race with percentages only. Because in order to vote against, to dislike a regime, you don't have to be black. There's more than 15% of this country who dislikes what's going on right now, and those are the numbers you're looking to persuade. Mm-hmm. And what do we know? We know that we're always saying we're not a monolithic community. You got Latinos out there. They're bleeding support. They're looking to maybe rejoin a coalition. So if you can convince black people that they are isolated, then yeah, they will feel like it's helpless. But you gotta look, you said yourself, we've got a black president. It wasn't black people that did that. That same 15% that you're talking about, not all of those 15% wanted a black president. So realistically, those numbers are just numbers, and they matter only to the extent that you can motivate any number within that faction to join your side. That's a matter of persuasion. Yeah. No, I say, there's not don't act like there's a 15% ceiling, because that's not true. People who think like that will be in the majority. If you think, oh, we got 15% we can never have anymore. But we saw a black president get elected, and it was done by a coalition of people. So that means other things. These people are unhappy about some other things too. So there's some other things that we can get done.
And a lot of more that needs to be talked about. So thanks for calling, Mike. You're always welcome to. Caller, you're on.
Thank y'all very much for accepting the call. I took two things. Of Paris and Sherman is absolutely correct. You can have numbers, do anything you wanted to do if you want to send a certain message to a certain group of people, and we should be careful on how we receive messages, because some of it can be very dangerous and harmful.
Yeah, absolutely.
Harmful to us to give us no hope. 15%. I didn't even know it was that much. Just the other day, they told me we made up 12%. So they keep going up and down. Sit down, stand up, lay down. People try to confuse you, man.
Believe what you want to believe.
Yeah, believe what you want to believe. I know we survived the hard blow, and we gonna stand up. If people tell you, hey, don't look at President Obama. Look at this squirrel in a tree. Hey, let's talk about squirrels. It's just to confuse you. That leads me to this point. Friday, someone called Eley. His name is not important. The idea is important. He says that how can people say that this system is not just, but they want justice out of this system. That's not what I'm saying at all. See, we say that we want to replace the system of racism, white supremacy, with a system of justice. We say that justice does not exist at this point. It does not exist. We can't find it. We look at these cases that we just had to prove self-evidence of it. Guy gets almost life for defending himself. You know, Jasmine Crockett was defeated, and they said she was too loud. Some of us were saying it.
Yeah, a lot of us were saying it.
A lot of us were saying it right over this airway. She was too loud. She was too this. I heard one person say she belonged in a striptease house. What? Taking her clothes off. But nevertheless, you know what they're saying, Master Sherman? Hey, Jasmine Crockett, you need to come help the guy that's running.
Right.
Yeah. Now they want her. You know?
Now they want her.
So I'm just saying, people who study the system of racism, white supremacy, are saying, I'm speaking for myself, are saying that I know justice don't exist. I don't expect this system of racism, white supremacy to help me. Now we're going back to what Sherman read this morning on his homework. I'm expecting myself to help myself to defeat this system.
So that's why you want to. That's how you want to fix it.
Yeah, that's because you cannot expect me and Sherman at the chessboard. Sherman make a move. My move is not to help Sherman. My move is to defeat Sherman. If y'all can understand that analogy. If you can't understand this one. Those people that like Dallas Cowboys, one of the fans just got off the phone. The Texans are not going to go on the field of the Dallas Cowboys and make up plays to help the Dallas Cowboys.
That's true.
Racism, white supremacy is not going to help us. We know that. But we talking to black people. We don't have no control over what white people do. We don't expect them to help us. If they help us, that's good. But we don't expect that because most people don't fight against their own interests.
Well, my little dialogue is saying exactly what you're saying. You know, I brought forth all the things that we've supposedly tried to do, and it may not have come across like that we've tried to do to get on the right side. You know, we fought in the world wars. We had people out doing things, and you know, we helped this country become great. And there's no love there, you know, not for us. You know, and like I said, it may not have come across like that, but that's exactly the point I was trying to make.
To me, you was absolutely clear. You was absolutely clear. So, and the caller was absolutely clear. The caller says you're only 15%, and if you correlate a coalition with us, we're going to throw you away. What? Now, this is a person of that group saying that if you come help me, although I'm going to call your station every day, if you come help me, at the end, we're going to throw you in a trash can. Well, if you throw us in a trash can, you're just throwing yourself, because they got some more ships and trains and buses to send you to El Salvador, and you're not even from El Salvador. Those are not black people doing that. That's the system of racism, white supremacy. Okay, that's all. I don't want to hold it.
Hey, man, you know you're always welcome. We appreciate your call,
Thank
brother.
you.
Caller, you're on.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, sir. How you doing?
Good morning. Oh, great, man. Good to
Good
hear
morning.
your voice.
Good morning.
Good to hear you, Fred.
Yeah, I just tuned in and glad I did. Forgot about you being on today and everything, man. But
I'm forgettable, Fred. It's no problem.
No, you're not, man. I'm trying to forestall dementia, but no, that's not. But anyway, this is a fascinating conversation. You know, I got a personal history about what you just talked about, man. One of my uncles on my mother's side fought in World War II, fought in Italy, and told us the story about at night the white boys were shooting at them. His so-called allies were shooting at them.
Friendly fire.
And if they hadn't bombed and no, it was horrible, dropped the atomic bomb on the Japanese, he would have been in that invasion to take Japan and probably wouldn't have survived. He survived, got out, no GI Bill to finance his education. He became a dentist and had to end up. He had a friendly white person that ended up providing an impetus for him to get a home loan. That wasn't a GI Bill, and that was one of the things that happened to him. He fought for this country, still didn't get any assets or help. So yeah, and we know about our buddy. He's been a one-trick pony for years. We listen to him and with his spiel and all that good stuff, and go on and so forth. But something I saw this morning that gave me pause for all of us, and we've been talking about this along the way about artificial intelligence, and the G7 summit just took place, and I saw this morning that they had, and along with the heads of state, the heads of the AI companies were there with them at the G7. So this is something that had never taken place before. So it seems to me that the heads of the AI companies are on the level with heads of state now.
Were
so
the Chinese and the Japanese AI people there?
That they didn't go into.
I'm pretty sure it's the ones that your president brought with him, right? I don't know. I have to look into it. I don't know.
Yeah. But yeah, regardless of who was there, I mean, they're equating these people with heads of state.
The implications are that these people are rising to decision-making levels in government.
Absolutely.
They are quasi-government officials.
Yeah.
We saw it happen with Doge. You think about a world peopled by the Peter Thiels of this world, the people who
and
want,
the Elon Musk,
and the Musks,
who went after the poorest people in the world, take away aid, which would have been beneficial for America, had been beneficial for America. That was soft power.
That's right.
Somebody who has some sense wouldn't even touch that. But he's the first trillionaire. The CEO, the head of NVIDIA is probably going to be the second trillionaire, and they talked to one of the guys who's the head of Anthropic, and we've heard the horror stories before. He's talking about 50% of middle management jobs may be eliminated. Middle management jobs, not the low end jobs. These are the middle class, quote unquote jobs.
But that's where AI is going to have the biggest effect, Fred. Because if you decide you want to do something as a CEO, then you put it in AI or you put it in. You don't have to go through all those levels. You can drop straight down to the manufacturing level.
Sure.
And change it overnight. So that's the job that's going to lose first.
Do you really want the company? Do you really want the head of the company making decisions about war when they make their money selling armaments? All right. I mean, you go to see, that's the classic version of when to a carpenter, every solution looks like a hammer or a nail. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
The guy said, I got a problem for every solution you can come up with.
The other implication is just not for black people, but for all people that are working in all nations across the globe, because they want to rule over everybody.
Yeah.
So it's very interesting and very, very concerning, to say the least.
It's going to be like that, Fred. It's going to absolutely be like that. I know your father's no longer with us, Fred, but did you have a good Father's Day yesterday?
Oh, yeah, man.
Good.
The same to you, man. Happy Father's Day to both of y'all, man.
Thank you.
My brother. Thank you for calling, Fred. Thanks for remembering,
all right.
man.
Yeah,
we got to get together, Fred.
Thanks for calling.
We're going to get together, Fred. I got it already on my agenda, so no worries, all right?
Cool.
All right, Fred.
Y'all take care, man. I'll be listening.
All right.
Later.
Thank you.
All right, 713-668-1230 if you want to get in. Good morning, caller. You're on.
Most son of a big brother.
Oh, my man.
Hey,
you know I've been
X,
missing you, man.
what's happening? Hey,
Yeah,
how you doing,
man.
guy?
You ain't bring us no chips back, brother? And I ain't mean Lays.
Man, look at here, man. Man, hey, look. I know how to count my losses and lick my wounds real fast. I put $60 in the slot machine, and it took my money in less than 2 minutes. I said,
Time to run.
Head for the hills.
You got to know when to hold them, know when to fold them, know when to walk away, and know when to run.
Look, with that $60, I could have got 60 quick picks. And
you probably would have had better luck. You probably would have got dollar or two back.
Man. you ain't lying. Yeah. So did you guys have a good Father's Day?
Oh yeah, it was
yeah,
nice,
I did.
Man. Thank
yeah,
you.
I did. It was good.
Good.
And you?
Hey.
And you?
Oh, good. I went to Atlanta to see my son. I got back yesterday.
Were you at the concert or at the soccer game?
Oh no! I'm gonna go to my first soccer game. Probably more likely Tuesday. But my people up top, although I run the place, had totally cut me out of the World Cup. You know.
All right then, good job. You worked for that, huh?
Yeah. They cut me out for probably reasons that you and I both know.
Yeah.
Without us even talking about it. But so I look. I didn't even get any credentials to get on my own place, but I got them. And that's crazy. And that's crazy. But just like my brother Ali Muhammad said. But you know what? It's bad because when we look at it, it's not just white people that do this to us. It's other minorities that has white skin and straight hair, and I ain't gonna say which groups, but it's groups, and it's even it was in full display on the Carmelo Anthony trial. When they picked this jury, they used this. Oh yeah, it wasn't all white jury because we had Asians and Hispanics and everything like that. But the thing is, they still go on this whiteness thing because they have straight hair.
But if you take a picture, you can't pick out the Asian and Hispanics, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And I think we gotta have this mentality now that it's us against everybody, because that's where it's headed to now. I mean, this trial showed it, and with all this other stuff, with the Asian man shooting the black boy running, getting off with it, a child, George Zimmerman getting off for bringing a gun to a fist fight, and Trayvon Martin didn't even start. Trayvon was just minding his own business, but yet it's still, this guy walks away, and I just can't get my mind off of this Carmelo Anthony trial, because this just shows you the microcosm of the climate of white people now. Trump thing, and all they did was just let this stuff just come out. Now this outward racism and outward hate for black people, and it's sad. They show this video, and the video, just shows, you can't come with a group of people surround somebody and not them being fear.
What video are you talking about?
Talking about the Carmelo Anthony.
Okay.
The Carmelo Anthony video.
I haven't seen that one.
You seen it?
No, I'm trying to stay away from that. I have some things I just try to. It's just too much in the world, brother.
Yeah.
Just too much.
Yeah,
going
it
on.
is. It is, and that's the thing that you try not to get frustrated about it because there's so much stuff going on, Sherman. That man, you kind of wonder, like, man, what the hell is going on?
Well, you have to. I don't want to say pick and choose, but you have to decide. You know, you can't solve everything. So you have to decide. Well, okay, well, what am I going to focus on? You know, what am I going to do? Can I do anything with this? Can I you know what little bit can I do that's going to try to fix the problem? You know, and I've chosen some things, and you know, I'm not saying I'm totally throwing that away and not paying attention to it, but it's something I can't you know, go out and look for stuff and focus on and stuff like that. That's just me.
You're right. You're right. And my son told me that this weekend. You know, when I was with him, he said, "Look," he said, "you know, it's sad, but they're gonna do what they're gonna do, and you know, regardless of how you work yourself up about it, you know, they still gonna make it up to their favor." And he's right. But let me tell you something, you know, just with this white stuff, and you know, white people always talk about, you know, they always want to say these delusional things about black people, especially black men. So when I saw my son this weekend, he lives in a smoke-free apartment complex. Mm-hmm. So of course I smoke cigars. So I said, son, I'm about to give me a cigar, you know. So it was, and I made sure that it was in the evening time. I walked way in the parking lot, you know, far away from the building. And just in my mind, as a black man out there in a strange place, I walked to the end of the parking lot and I was smoking my cigar, but I had the awareness of just standing at one spot because I didn't want no white person to call and say, "Oh, it's this black man out there," and then they'll make up stuff. Oh, he's out here in the parking lot, and he's walking around looking at the car.
And he got a gun.
Yeah, and he got a gun. Yeah, and he got a gun. You know, the same thing with the white person calling on a black girl. You know, and this white girl didn't have the awareness. You know, she probably did have the awareness. You know, because you know they just like to call and make up stuff when it comes down to black people. When they call 911. Now, you know, if she'd have had the awareness of mind knowing that the Knicks just won the basketball game, and this woman was screaming because she was a Knicks fan, and called 911 to be nosy, and the poor woman that she called 911 against lost her dog because a white cop, just like he had killing on his mind, just like, and there was a great analogy of what that grandmother said when that cop in Walmart in Mississippi, you know, killed that little boy.
Yeah,
just shot
killing on his
Brandon
mind.
just shot the car.
Mm-hmm.
And most of when it comes down to black people, that's what they have in their mind, killing. Soon as they know it's black, kill it. You know, no explanation. You know, oh, it's black, so it seems like they have killing in their mind. It's sad.
Well, you know, it's not just killing. You know, I'm from Austin, and the black club in Austin, one of the biggest black club in Austin was on fire back in the 80s. And they had the fire department, you know, they call the fire department, which of course goes out on the police radio and all that. Well, the policemen are going, let that MF burn on the air. Yeah. So that just lets you know they don't care about you, man. And the policemen feel like I've had enough issues going there. So if it burned down, that's a place I don't have to go to. And that's the attitude. You know, it's not. It's not. Let me get here so I can try to help. Maybe make sure nobody's in there. Let me make sure that people are safe. That's not the attitude. The attitude is let it burn down so I don't have to come back there no more.
Yeah. And see, here's the scariest thing about it. It seems like there's nothing that black folks can do about do about it. You know, I mean, and that's the sad thing about it. Ain't nothing we do about, you know, this police brutality and all this stuff. I guess the only thing we have is to vote.
Well, you know, I'm of the opinion that, you know, we can't do everything, and the Lord says this all the time, but each one can do something. And if everybody does something, then it will eventually get done. So I just try to do what I can. I try to help people as best I can. You know, I don't go out and throw money at folks. I try to do my best to put a little personality to it and be involved personally so they can see that somebody cares. You know, it's not about walking by giving somebody holding a tin can money. You know, it's what the person's going to do with that money, and can you actually help that person by doing more than giving them money. Sometimes people need shoes, you know, and you got six pair of shoes that you haven't worn in a year. Well, you need to find somebody who can wear those shoes. But that's just my attitude. Everybody got to do something.
And you know, instead of giving them the Goodwill, then Goodwill turn around and resell them and make money.
Okay, the CEO makes money. The people working in Goodwill make $7.25 an hour.
Ain't that sad? All right, Mosan, big brother.
Man, I appreciate it, man. I'm gonna have to catch up with you. You know, I'd like to get you involved in this little group we got going on, but you know,
get me involved, man.
All right, appreciate you, sir.
Okay, I'm gonna inbox you my phone number.
All right, thank you. I feel like I'm a blessed man now. Thank you.
Oh man, no. Hey, look, I feel blessed because you want me to get involved in anything you have something to do with it.
I appreciate it, man.
All right, Sherman.
Have a great one. Good morning, caller. You're on.
Sherm, what's going on this morning, man?
Sherm is here, man. How you doing?
Oh, great, man. So kind of feeling perplexed this morning, though.
Uh-oh. What we got?
You know what I'm talking about? Just like Bo was saying a few minutes ago, that's what I wanted to talk to you about, too, about Mississippi. They killing that baby that was in the car. You know, just shot in there and just killed the baby.
Right.
Say something about the mama who was shoplifting or something, but anyway.
Well, they hadn't proved that yet. They hadn't even proved that yet. And if she was shoplifting, it was diapers. It ain't like she went in there and stole $100, you know, but that's neither here nor there.
Right, man, right. See, you know, and all this racism and all this stuff, that stuff starts from the top. When you got a commander-in-chief that's with these racist policies and everything, you know, that makes it like telling the supremacists that, hey, it's okay to you know, kill a minority person, kill a black person, kill a Hispanic person.
Well, you can kill anybody you want. I mean, he's got ICE people out here shooting people in the back, you know, and getting away with it. So he's got a license to kill almost.
Yeah, man, and you know, but I tell you what, I just want to tell, you know, that lady, that family, man, she need to find her a good lawyer, you know, and represent her. You know, I would own Walmart, I would own the police department, and I would own the police. You know, sue all of them, man. Don't ease up on it. Don't let them get away with that stuff, man. And get you some good representation, because some of these lawyers, man, will sell you out. That's one thing.
Yeah, they will. But their job is to make the money quick as they can too. You know, you can't hold that against them. Their job is to try to, the way business works in America, you try to get the best deal possible. So and that's what attorneys do. They work to get the best deal possible as fast as they can. And they know sometimes it's going to take time.
Represent you.
Yeah, they're supposed to go through.
They're supposed to represent you also. You know, they're supposed to. It's ineffective counseling. They're not supposed to be an ineffective counsel. You know, they ain't just supposed to just throw your case up in the wind.
But it's the system. It's the system. When you go into a court situation, they want to get you out as fast as possible. If they can get you out offering you 20 cents, you out. If it takes them a little while and your attorney pushes back, they will eventually. The sides are going to eventually come together. That's just the way the system is set up. You know, I agree with you.
Stand 10 toes down. Stand 10 toes down.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
I agree with you, but that's just what we're up against, and we got to fight what we're up
know.
against. You can't sit back and hope it's going to be different when you know it's not.
That's right. Okay then, man. That's all I had, man.
You good? You have a good Father's Day?
Yeah. It was, it was okay and everything. I talked to my kids.
Another weekend, huh?
Oh, that's
Sometimes
good.
that's more.
That's
more
good.
Than money, man.
Yes,
You know what I'm
indeed.
saying?
Yes,
We talk-
indeed.
but
It
my
is.
kids, they spread it out, man.
Yeah.
I got them in Corpus Christi. I got them in San Antonio. Man, and my grandson, he just went to San Diego. Up there playing football and going on. So
We're going to have to take George Washington's picture off that dollar bill. You the father of this country.
See, I'm trying to be nice.
On that picture, man.
You the father of this country, bro.
All right.
Hey, man, we
love
appreciate
for you,
it,
Jeff.
man. Nothing but love for you, brother.
Yeah.
713-668-1230. You can call in right now. We got an open line waiting on you. It's that's not the first time I've heard that. We had a guy in college we used to call George Washington because he had so many kids. He was in college, It's like, dude, you George Washington.
Yeah, I've been told that too. Yes,
but I did want to step back in case. I mean, I appreciate Ali talking a little bit about my homework.
Yes.
Session.
Yeah.
I do want to step back to make sure that the idea is, for people to call up and say, black people, just pull yourself up by your bootstrap. You can do it. You can do it. Why is it taking y'all this long? You've been free for all these years, but we've had to go through so much since we've been free. And don't forget the years before we were free. That was 1619 to what, about 1865? 1865 in Texas, at least. They call that Juneteenth. And we have to understand, and I'm not trying to put it down. I think Juneteenth's a good day for us to remember where we are and how we got there. We just have to understand where we got to go. And that's been my whole thing, guys. We have to understand where we got to go.
Yeah, I want to reiterate something else you said. It's Ralph Cooper's birthday.
It's Ralph Cooper's
birthday. Yes, indeed. We got a lot of the Geminis over here at KCOH. Ron Scurry, good morning to you, sir. And quite your breakdown on this idea that it's something strange about expecting a system to change. If you use the word expecting, it does sound strange because it seems like you're only holding up hope that somebody will do the right thing.
Somebody will do something to help you.
But there's a difference between that and insisting that a situation changes. Because insisting implies activity on your part.
On your part, that's the
Expecting
key.
is passive. Expecting is passive. You're expecting somebody to give you something. Though not always, but expecting can be very passive. Well, I know they'll get around to it sooner or later. Or why don't they just do that? No, that's never. We're not made like that. We are given self-sovereignty. We submit it. We can give it away to somebody else. But the responsibility, we can blame anybody we choose. All right? And it could be accurate too. They're not free from responsibility. But the responsibility for getting ourselves underneath that depends upon a mindset that only we can cultivate, or we have greater exercise over what we do ultimately than anyone else, even when people try to make you beholden to a system. You know.
Right. Well, we can be.
We choose to fight back. We a choice. Choice. We're a choice. Always a choice.
Always a choice.
Yeah.
Always a choice.
Always at the choice.
And I've always said that you can't help somebody if you're on the same level they are.
That's right.
You know, they have to step on you to get up.
Yeah.
You know? But if you can reach back and help somebody and pull them up to your level, that's fine. That's great.
Yeah,
You've done
yeah.
all you can do. You can't push nobody up. That means they stepping on you. So you know, let's reach out and try to help as many people as we can, regardless of their level. But again, you can't help somebody that's on the same level with you. They'll just take advantage of you.
Mm-hmm.
Good morning. What do we do here? Good morning, caller. You're on.
Man, you guys sounding great this morning.
Hey, man, how's it going?
Hey, what's up, Dan? How are you, sir?
Cup of coffee, man. I'm doing good, man. Enjoyed the weekend.
Yeah,
you
great,
good,
man. That's good.
Yeah, listen, a lot of things on the board. I'm just trying to organize my thoughts here, but
you talking about us or you talking about you? Because that's par for the course here. A lot of things on the board.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, I play crossword puzzles, sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
I love it.
And,
I love it. That's my passion.
Keep your mind straight.
That's been my passion, yeah.
Yeah, but I find a lot of the answers trivial pursuit.
Mm-hmm.
Stuff that I can't use.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't go to I've been to fancy parties, where people sitting around and everybody's got a story to tell.
Mm-hmm.
And but hey, I get back to this idea about men and clear conversation among ourselves, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a starting point if you're looking for. Here it is, 2026, and we see people saying, "Well, I don't want to say it." Why not just say it? Well, what is the holdup? Just say it. I mean, what age do you have to get to before you just say it, right? Believe me, the person you're saying it to could probably appreciate it. So we go round and round and this kind of thing, right? But the question about the criminal justice system, asking that question, why would people be surprised? I guess is a framework parents we can work from. That an outcome is not what they expected in the black community, and I think that's more of a frame. The word expectant, that's a different framework. But what brings the surprise, continuous surprise, when these outcomes don't go, people in the black community think they should go with the criminal justice system?
Okay, I'm not sure I understand that. Why are people surprised that it's not going their way?
No, when you have these cases that people are paying attention to,
like Carmelo Anthony, right?
Yes, and then people act surprised that it didn't go the way they thought it was going to go in the black community.
My big surprise was not that. My big surprise was that it took one day. I even with the all-white quote-unquote jury, I was absolutely baffled that it happened so fast. That's just not normal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, that's where we part ways, see, because you keep saying you're surprised, in the end. And I tell Paris this. Clinton lost that argument, Paris. He lost, it was a great, and it
Who lost the
captivated
argument?
people.
Who did?
Bill Clinton.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
he lost the argument, and it captivated people's mentality for a little while when he made the comment that I did not have sex with that lady or something like that, right? Right.
Yeah.
Right. So
he lost it for a reason. Yeah. But there was a certain amount of people who went. It's like I know. I'm just saying. Maybe it was because of my old twisted lifestyle, but it's like, yeah, man, whatever. It was like whatever, man. I some things I don't buy into. Go ahead.
No. But it had credibility among a lot of folks for a little while.
I know.
Yeah,
I
and I'm
understand.
saying is it moved it from but it was a semantical argument. Okay.
Oh, it
It's
depends upon
arguing-
what the meaning of the word is.
Yeah, that too.
Okay.
Yeah. Right. Those two. Yeah, I said it captured people's imagination for a little while, but ultimately
pragmatic.
It was pragmatic situation came about, right? And so when Sherman, when you say something about what surprised me is one day, you know, that again promotes my point, helps make my point. What is it if it made 10 days? You probably would have had the same thinking process in your mind.
Less than a week, I would have had the same thinking process. That's a murder trial that this man is going to technically could be executed for, depending on the laws of the state.
Yeah,
and
but
you're going to take one day.
Yeah, I know, but here when you add in this extra information that don't apply, you know, the man is not being. I'm just saying that this continuous surprise by people who've lived this situation, okay, and keep on acting like, oh, I'm surprised. I mean, it took one day or.
Okay, let me give you a concrete day-to-day explanation for why I'm surprised. I know for a fact that domestic violence cases can be stretched out over 2 months, 3 months. Domestic violence. Nobody got killed, but you know there was some injury. You know, and the one of the persons say the wife decide I don't want to press charges. It can stretch out over 2 months just based on the fact that that's the way the system works. If you got an attorney, you know, you can say, okay, we need time to review this. We need to go into this. I mean, it could have just been bad attorney. It could have just been bad judges. Could have been anything. But it just surprised me, and I'm sorry if that takes you back, that it only lasted one day. And that's my surprise, that the justice system was that fast. It's not that fast in any murder case involving any police.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, that's that's what you want to,
I'm not
make
saying
an argument
guilt
on,
or
make a,
innocence.
make a,
I'm just
argument
saying
with,
that
yeah.
the process should have taken longer and given him what's the term where you get the full benefit of the legal system.
Yeah.
There's a term.
Yeah. Due process.
Due process. The due process should have lasted longer.
Yeah. Well, Paris, maybe you can help him out and kind of get him to the idea I'm trying to explain about arguing semantics.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go to law school tonight and go see if I can get in.
Yeah,
what?
I have a problem with the sentence. That's it. I thought he should do some time. I had a problem with the sentencing, but
you did have are you saying you have a problem with the sentencing?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I thought that was excessive. Yeah, but
well,
again, I'm not
but
surprised.
see, when I hear that, you guys are not that far apart. Because it means you had expectations too. I'm not trying to be cute here, but but look, here, first of all, that could never happen. Maybe I shouldn't even use that. I shouldn't even use that phrase. That's too late.
Speak for yourself.
Yeah, well, you and I met. You've got a far better chance than I have.
Right.
You've got a far better chance.
But you know what I say in this moment, Paris, I'm heterosexual, man. We'll go ahead.
We'll go from there. And we'll go
funny,
from
man.
there.
But look. So you did have some expectations. You see, I'm about to get into semantics, though. You are right because when we take the word, you did have some expectations. You said that the length of the sentence, so you expected a shorter sentence.
No, I was hoping for one.
That's okay.
But I had
hoping,
I had
expected. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I
had no. I mean.
Okay, so you're saying you were hoping, but you didn't have any expectation. Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Right. I had. When I read the charge and started reading about it, like I say, the criminal justice system, man. I tell people, man, stay out of that building if you can.
Yeah. Look, you know what? I refrain myself greatly from this conversation about Carmelo Anthony. So I see people, believing, and I think I spoke on it once, and I pretty much the system did what I have seen it do repeatedly. I should say the courtrooms did what I've seen it do repeatedly. I thought he would be found guilty. I thought he would be. I didn't have any expectation anything otherwise. And you speak with a lot of people, or you listen to a lot of people who've been locked up and who really know, who've really had to been in touch with that system. When you look at what's allowed to be introduced in a courtroom, you look at what they are allowed to present, and it's all legal. And I don't know that. I haven't heard anybody say they thought that he was innocent.
No, a lot of youngsters. I had a conversation with a young guy yesterday, and he thought it was self-defense.
Well, but that's not the same as the act didn't happen. That's what I'm saying.
The thing is, if self-defense, if you kill somebody, you still could be liable for manslaughter. Even if it's self-defense.
That's right.
And
that's important
to say. I don't know if the attorneys went that way or not. But,
yeah. So I mean, and that's the reality of it. I mean, a man wound up dead. He said the only other determination was it manslaughter, or was it homicide?
Premeditated. They said it was premeditated. I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
However, I've heard that too. I've heard that.
Yeah. One final thing I will say on this. I hear these conversations, and I'm hoping we get to another place, Mayor, on this, because let me tell you something. I see, and this is just real. So let me go ahead and see it. Look, man, I see black kids who get killed for going into other black neighborhoods. Mm-hmm. That's a reality. It happens. We've got to cut that out. We've got to stop making death our last resort. Our first resort when it comes to violence. I'm just speaking now. I am speaking about a standard of performance for black people, but I'm speaking about it to preserve black life. I'm not speaking of it because I want black children locked up. I want us to rid ourselves of this idea that we can take life so easily, and then we're just somehow going to go on with our lives without interruption. That's not to blame Carmelo Anthony, not at all, because I focus on the bigger concern. I sit here and I read stories about a girl went to a graduation party over here in Sunnyside. Mm-hmm. She got killed. Crickets. I hear somebody mention it, and they go on to the next story. We got 11-year-olds being killed there in the black neighborhood, being killed by black people. Nobody, but you get kids who cross north side of town, south side of town. What are you doing over here in this neighborhood? We kill for that. Okay. So I got a different touch point about this whole thing. Yeah. All right. It's just like, I would love for Carmelo Anthony to be alive, and if that young white man, I'd love for him to be alive, and whatever he was going to get, if he was going to get it, I would have wished that he would have gotten it some other kind of way, all right? Because I don't want to see him dead. I don't want to see Carmelo Anthony locked up. I just don't. Yeah.
Yeah, listen, I understand the word heathen, okay?
Yeah.
And some people are that, and I'm not beyond that myself, probably. Mm-hmm. So, when you put a lot of people, this idea that people gonna just all behave, I don't accept that idea from the beginning. Okay, and it's played out with our military because otherwise we wouldn't have one, right? Some people are not going to get along with each other.
Okay.
Yeah, so
but I never. I don't say that either. I don't say all people ought to get along with each other. That doesn't mean you have to kill each other.
That doesn't mean you have to kill each other.
That's not a license.
Well,
That's
some other way. I'll leave you with that. I'll leave you with this. That's funny because guys, man, and there is no restraint though. I just don't buy this at the table conversation about a fight. Okay, that you're gonna be in a fight and you're supposed to show some kind of restraint. Now, I that sounds good, but I don't buy that. I just
when you say you don't buy it, you mean it doesn't happen? You mean it doesn't happen?
No, I'm saying to people that it's easy to say that there is some restraint in a fight, okay, on a street corner.
Well, we used to have gang fights where you just showed up, and worse, you had a knife. And
when there was no permission structure for it, it was a rare thing. It was, it happened a lot. It happened more than it should. I grew up with it, but I've seen enough fights. I've seen enough throughout my lifetime. Seen enough fights, and I suspect most people have seen more fights than they've seen murders.
More than likely.
Yeah, right. I have too. And
you don't have to kill because you're in a fight. Always.
Well, that's right. That's why they punish them. That's why they punish them. But I'm saying that, I'm not going to be telling someone that they have some kind of rules in a fight.
Okay, that's another conversation because I have my ideas about what should happen in a fight too.
Yeah. Well, the courts do have rules about it, and you better recognize that the courts do have rules about it. They're called evidence. Okay.
Thank you for calling, Mr. Kaufman. We appreciate you.
Judged by 6, but not carried by 6.
Not carried by 12.
Right. I'd rather be the one that's judged than carried.
Yeah. Well, then you get to be both. You get to be both. And I'm not judging Carmelo Anthony. I'm just specifically talking about, as a matter of fact, I was trying to move away from Carmelo Anthony to say we've got to be consistent about the message we send about killing one another.
Some people are just heathens, Paris. I'll let you guys go.
Well, see, that's an unfair shot at the people from the Heath. Okay? You wait till you hear my heathen fans. I got to go down there and let them know what's happening. You can come with me if you'd like. They'd love to see you.
Heathen. When I first got to Houston, the first thing I was told by somebody from Third Ward was don't go to Sunnyside. Yeah. First thing I heard about people from Sunnyside was don't go to Fifth Ward. First thing I heard about people from Fifth Ward was don't go to City Gas. I went to all of them.
Yeah, right. The people of the Heath.
It ain't about the people. It's about your attitude. You go in there with a gun or a knife and you go in the wrong space. You asking for trouble. But it's okay to go into a neighborhood and be nice to people. It's all right.
Yeah.
Caller, you're on. Hello.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Good morning. Happy belated Father's Day.
Thank you.
Thank you. And same to you.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to get the Father's Day thing out of the way. It was a great Father's Day. But I told him, I got enough outfits. My rotation is plentiful.
You got enough ties?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I got enough ties.
You need gas money.
I need some gas money. I started shaking the envelope upside down. Where the card is?
Oh, you too, are you?
Where the gas card? That's what I did.
That's funny. That's funny.
My wife put it up for us and down, baby. I'm playing with you. But let me get to this rotation that's already in my closet before y'all buy me anything else. Oh, man. Man, in Paris, you was right. The court system and the law do have restraints on the level of force that you can use, and we ain't going to go deep into it. Right. But I did have a conversation over the weekend because one of my friend's cars was broken into last week in his driveway. He forgot to lock his door. and left his wallet in his car,
Oh no.
and a spare set of keys to his wife's car that was parked next to his car. And so they didn't know the car was missing until the police come knocked on the door and asked them, did they have a BMW SUV? And they told him, yeah. I said, well, he said, yes, I in the driveway. What's up? He said, no, it ain't in the
No, it
driveway.
ain't in the driveway. it's hooked up to a tow truck right now.
No, they got caught somewhere else for other criminal activity. But the point I was making in the illustration that I got into with my friends was, yeah, I caught somebody because what happened was once they went back and reviewed their surveillance video, they found out that they didn't get the car right there. They came back and got the car, but they was out there door handler checking cars that night, right? And I woke up to that one morning, and I sure wanted to get them.
Yeah.
I had them in my sights.
Yeah.
But you knew one thing I knew was the law was open to interpretation when it came to me.
Right.
I was on the second floor of my house.
Yeah.
And if they in the
and
street.
And no, it was in my driveway.
Yeah.
I could have got them, but the cost and the paperwork and the legal process was not worth it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And not to mention the fact that I was going to take their life.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying?
Well,
Yes,
so,
yeah.
man.
And so life moved. Here it is a year later, right? Life's still moving on. I don't have those legal issues. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
They took the minimum stuff out of my car. I did want to teach them a lesson, but I didn't have the right tool for the right equipment to scare them.
Yes. Yeah.
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 I do.
Yeah. If I could have got somewhere else in my house, they would have got scared. But my point was, man, I give life. I couldn't take that life unless my life was on the line.
Right.
Yeah. Right.
And so the conversation y'all was having, sometimes there are rules of engagement. You can't use deadly force when somebody's not the other person is not putting up deadly force, or the person is not coming into your counsel, i.e. the counsel doctrine, right?
Right.
And so you can't use deadly force and get the benefit of the doubt with this law. So I was not surprised. Now Sherman may have been surprised with that verdict, but I was not surprised.
In one day, though.
In one day I wasn't surprised, Sherman, because let me tell you something. There was nobody on that jury that looked like me and you, and those other minorities often trying to assimilate, right?
And I understand that point. My point is, how did it get to that point? You know, to the point where you, as an attorney, what you should use everything. And we had this. Somebody said this earlier. Everything in your power to make sure you have a fair trial, or at best, a trial leaning your way. This guy had nothing.
Procedurally, I think the attorney did reserve that for the appeals process.
You think
but
that's what
at the
happened?
time, yeah, I believe. But see, I don't know in criminal. I have to get a criminal lawyer to call in. But I know in civil law, you can file for what type of appeal? It's an appeal you can file. No, it's an appeal you can file.
Oh, the appeal.
While the case is still going on. It's a terminology for it. But I don't know if you can do that in a criminal case where you done struck all the black jurors off the thing. Now, that's illegal in itself, right?
Right.
So I think the lawyer did preserve that right to take that up on appeal, to appeal that his case. But that's even more costly, right? And so, this thing stinks from high heaven. But again, what Cup of Coffee is saying, this just puts this whole criminal justice system on trial. To me.
Yeah. I agree.
All right, sir.
Yeah.
We appreciate your call. You know, we're going to try to get out of here timely this morning. Thanks for calling. We appreciate you. Call back again, all right? Good morning, caller. You're on.
Yes, good morning. And that case, any case, legal case, should involve the totality of circumstances. Yeah. But I wanted to quickly. Good morning to you, gentlemen. I wanted to quickly expound on how this country is taking advantage of working class people and putting unreasonable burdens on the communities. For instance, we know Bank of America and J.P. Morgan Chase is trillions of dollars banks, right? But I'm looking at the smaller banks, the ones that's in our community. Many of them have branches, not standalone branches, but they're inside these supermarkets, the Walmarts, the H-E-B's, and Kroger's and stuff. And I was reading over the weekend, just looking at this, said the top 20 best small banks. And Woodforest was on there. Almost $10 billion in assets. $10 billion. They're out of the Woodlands, Texas. And they're not making money off of business loans, mortgages. I mean, to the degree where they claim a profit. They're not making money on mortgages, mortgage loans, and small business loans. You know what they're making the lion's share of their money on? Overdraft fees and insufficient service charges. Now, these banks lend themselves to the unbanked and the low and working class communities. An overdraft fee charge at Woodforest is $32.
You know where they learned this from? The predatory
Where they
credit
learned it
card.
from?
Yeah, they learned it from the predatory credit cards in the 70s and early 80s. They learned it from there.
Okay, but yeah, I mean, credit cards, yeah, I can understand that. But what I'm saying is, they know that most low income and us people, even people making $150,000, $200,000 a year, are living paycheck to paycheck.
Paycheck to paycheck. You're right.
But a person making $200,000 a year, I will believe maybe can absorb a $32 overdraft fee as opposed to a person making $30,000, $20,000 a year. I mean, and they made over $300 million. And so years ago, Bank of America and all those big banks got slapped on the head and was sued for charging exorbitant overdraft fees and insufficient funds. What they were doing, they was waiting. Let's say you had $25 in your bank, $100 in your bank account, checking account, and you had outstanding. You had 3 checks. One was for $50. The other 2 were for $40 a piece. And what they was doing was they will wait. They will hold the checks before they hit your account, and they will wait to see which one will put you in overdraft fee to clear that one. So it's algorithms and AI. AI gonna make it worse. And the reason I say that is when we look at the issue of the inequality, this guy was saying that's running for governor. He said, "I don't believe in equality." We're not talking about equality in the sense of what a community needs. A community needs equity as much as it needs equality. Equality is not everybody is have the same. It's everybody's treated equally according to the law. But equity in our community is similar to equity in our homes, equity in our businesses. It is the investment and the time put in to improve a relationship, whether it's business, personal. And there's a effect. These people who operate our government, this trickle-down economics, is called the Cantillon effect, Cantillon. There's some economist from the 18th century, France, that says that when new money, we live in a fiat currency, we have a fiat currency. When currency was backed by gold, if you save money, then you was saving wealth. But today, if you have money in your checking account, by it being a fiat, has no backing other than the full faith, and they say credit of the U.S. government, but it has to be trust. But this Cantillon effect says that you give, when they print money, like the central bank, the Federal Reserve, when they print money, raise interest rate, cut interest rate, they're supplying money they're putting a money supply in the system, okay? And what happens is that when they put the money in the system, the elites, the wealthy families, these big banks, financial institutions, these corporations get the money first. They get the money first, so they're able to take the fiat currency and buy and purchase assets, appreciating assets. So they buy all the housing, they buy the real estate, they buy all the businesses, they buy gold. And by the time they get to the working people, the labor class, they've bought so much of the assets and commodities in the society, in the system, in the market, to where now the society, we're dealing with inflation. We're buying things at an inflationary rate. And that's the game that's been played. It's a trickle down. And so when we talk about wages and keeping up with the cost of living, wages in and of itself has a lag. Okay, you get paid every week, twice a month, every 2 weeks. You know, those things are basically you are lending your labor and expertise to a person who's eating at the table first, and you're getting a lag result. In other words, you're extending credit. We're extending credit as a community when we work for someone, i.e. an employee. We are extending credit. If I owned a truck and I independently operate, put my own loads, and the business cycle says net 30, you know, we're going to pay you in 30 days, or 45 days or 60 days on your bills, on your freight bills. You're going to submit your bill of lading, your freight bill, they're going to pay you in 30 days. But you're putting loads every day. You're buying fuel and operating expense every day. So in 30 days, you're running freight from here to Chicago, here to Atlanta, and you wrapped up
I understand what you're saying.
Fuel.
I get all this, and I wish you had called earlier because you've opened up so many cans for me and so many things I want to talk about, but I can't. And we got one more caller to get on here, and then we got to go to what's his name, Gilbert Garcia, man.
I understand. Thank you for your time.
Call me back next week, man. I want to talk about this. All right? Thanks, Craig. Appreciate it, sir. Caller, you're on.
Hey guys, I know you're short on time. This Stone Cold Picnic here.
Stone Cold.
Hey guys, I wanted to say, thank Paris for playing it for me last week, man. Oh, yeah. I mean, that's a hell of a song, man.
You got me hooked up on that other song on to what is it? Another Day?
Yeah, the AI song.
Man, that's a good song.
Yeah.
That's an excellent song.
I still like the Stone Cold Picnic.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah. Father's Day was a great weekend.
Good.
You know, we had Juneteenth weekend celebrations going on in both of the parks. I mean, just a great time, and you know, and our people got together and just made it happen, made it a great. And along with Father's Day weekend was great also, man. Got to go bowling with kids and grandkids. We had a great time, man. So spend time with them. So my understanding is Ralph Cooper's birthday today. So
Ralph Cooper's birthday, national holiday.
Yeah. So when he gets in, man, make sure y'all put 80 candles on his cake, on his cupcake when he comes in today.
Yeah, we got to bring the fire marshal in.
All right, guys, I'll let you guys go, and I'll call back later on with my tape.
All right, man. We appreciate it. Thank you so much.
All right.
You're listening to KCOH, and we appreciate your time this morning. Mr. Paris, you ready to push me out of here?
Yeah, well, not quite, but not quite, but always great to have
Andrew Garcia of A Tip from Gilbert, talk, inspiration, and prayer. Listen to my show every Monday from 11 to 12 on KWWJ 1360 AM, KYOK 1140 AM, KCOH at 1230kcoh.com, Sankeet Radio at 95.1 FM, 1460 AM, and Latino Sports, KEYH 850 AM. Call in at 832-570-8075 and follow me on social media. See you then.
A tip from Gilbert, Mondays 11 a.m. on 1230 KCOH, The Source.
Hi, I'm JJ Walls with Sunnyside Dental, and yes, it's now been over 30 years that we've been providing quality dental care for our patients in the Houston area. It's now come to my attention that many of you that want to come to Sunnyside Dental have Medicare plans that we don't accept. Hold up. That has got to change. Sunnyside Dental is now accepting most Medicare dental plans. WellCare, Liberty, United Healthcare, Cigna, Kelsey Care Advantage, Amerigroup, Aetna, and many more. We're getting on board. Call Sunnyside Dental at 713-738-1999. If you have Medicare and would like to receive the personal touch provided by Sunnyside Dental, call us at 713-738-1999. We look forward to helping you achieve the smile that you can't wait to share with the world.
Got Medicare dental benefits? Call Sunnyside Dental 713-738-1999.
We're fortunate enough to have both babies in. Christopher, my oldest, 23, came in from New York.
Of course, that's like a 6'1", 230-pound baby, but that's
Yeah.
okay. And all muscle, too, but go ahead.
He came in from New York, and then my daughter came in from Austin. So we really just kind of had a laid-back Father's Day. He got to pick where he wanted to have dinner, and so we had a really nice dinner. And
What did he pick? What did he pick?
It was a Greek restaurant. It was really good. We, of course, ordered almost everything on the menu. And so we were all stuffed by the time we left. But it was wonderful. It was great, great conversation, great food, great environment. So we had a great time.
That's so awesome. And I think you said the word great like 8 times. That means it was great.
It was great.
That was great. Well, so first of all, we're going to talk a lot about the whole thing, of course, the soccer matches and everything. We talk a lot about it. But first, we are talk inspiration and prayer, and of course, the prayer is an element that's critical to the show. And I have a prayer that I think it was Miss Tamara Bell sent to me. And so, Miss Tamara, if you're out there, I'm going to read your prayer. And I always get one, of course, from Miss Georgia Provost, and I get one from a lot of other people send me prayers. So if you want to send me a prayer, and I'll try to read it on the air. I know Brother Chris sent me something. Brother Chris, we always enjoy you when you call in. And so I'm going to read this, and it says, "My baby forever." Okay, Father's Day prayer. Thinking of you on Father's Day and offering a prayer, thank God. Oops. I will start over. Thinking of you on Father's Day and offering a prayer that God will keep you always in the shelter of his care. May he guide you in your daily work, bless everything you do, and grant you all those special joys that mean the most to you. Beautiful blessings and love forever. That is a Father's Day prayer from Miss Bell.
Wonderful.
Tamara, thank you so much for that Father's Day prayer. And, of course, if any of you went to the game, please call in, especially any of you that rode the rail, because I've been, concerned about all the negativity around the rail. And, of course, there's always the rail haters who I've been struggling with for, 20 years and who, of course, ruined transit here in this community. Not ruined, but held it back decades. And, you're learning, Ruby, that without mass transit, you couldn't do something like the FIFA World Cup.
That's right.
You couldn't do the NBA All-Star Game, the Super Bowl. You couldn't even have things like, the Texans. I mean, you had the Astros. The parades. You couldn't have any of that if people couldn't get there, or else, guess what? There would be cars everywhere. I spoke to some leadership at Metro, and I'm going to get all the facts on it. They told me that on the opening game, 20,000 people rode the rail. Can you imagine? 20,000. So for all the haters out there that don't like Metro, oh no, they're not ridership. Well, how are you going to do any of these things? At the end of the day, can you imagine if there were 20,000 people riding it? If the average person is, I'm making it up, 2 people a car, that would be 10,000 cars around the stadium. 10,000. Yep. So think about all the other cars that want to, go to the event. If there were 10,000 more cars, it'd be impossible.
Well, and you also have to consider parking.
Oh my God, talk about parking because, and again, if anyone was on Metro, please call me if you can hear the sound with my voice. But at the end of the day, I was told that some parking was around $300 on the grounds. $300. And normally it's like, 20 or 30 bucks. So I don't know where the city is or where the regulations are. I don't know all those things, but you know what? It seems like that should not be able to happen.
I know. I read some, I didn't attend the game, but I did, of course, I'm reading up on it. And what a wonderful thing it was, and to highlight our city.
Yep.
And to hear all the great comments that folks from other countries have experienced here. But I did read about the parking, and I read that there were some that were up to $700.
Come on.
It
is
all
that 7 as in 700? 700? That cannot be.
And again, I didn't attend. It's just what I read, and they were talking about the different sizes of your cars. So if you had a larger car, which of course we're in Texas, of course we all
everyone
have
has
big
a truck.
cars.
Everybody's got a truck.
So depending on the size of your car was the cost associated
Come
to
on.
parking. So, again, this is just what I read. It just seems ridiculous. I didn't realize that was something that they could just, I mean, who associates or puts these prices in place?
Yeah. And who regulates them? The city should be doing
that. Was
and you would think they would have known, but look, I'm not criticizing the mayor of the city because at the end of the day, this thing is like pandemonium. I get it. But at the end of the day, there should be a protocol for big events about parking and regulations on parking, because if you let the free market go, well then some people are going to say it's pouring down rain and I'm not going to get an Uber because the Uber's going to be an hour and I don't want to get wet, so I'm going to go ahead and park. And I'm desperate, and 700, 500, 400, all of a sudden you're talking real money, but okay, I'll just take it.
That's crazy. And I'm curious about the concessions. Were they?
No, well, I'm going to talk a lot about the game here in just a moment, but in general, it's unbelievable. I'm not done with Father's Day because the Garcias had Father's Day at one of my favorite restaurants, which is Eddie V's. And Atul, when can you hear me? You're out there in the universe. He's the manager. Man, does he treat everybody with respect. He's just so wonderful. Really makes you feel like you're the most important customer ever. And so he's just a gem. But continuing, we were there. Let's show that picture of me and my family. Of course, my daughter couldn't make it, my Juju. Andrew couldn't make it, but you can see there's Daniel Thomas. Look at Daniel, he's got a beard now, and it's all nice and groomed. And you can see Ben Garcia. He's got interviews for work here starting tomorrow. He had his wisdom teeth taken out today. They sent me a picture. Can I send a picture of the wisdom teeth? Because my wife sent it to me. Come on, only on a tip from Gilbert do you get this sort of treatment. I'm going to send you this picture. Let's see if he's if I can send it to you there, producer. But man, these are some massive teeth. Anyways, you can see my lovely wife, Dee Garcia, and there we are at my house. You can see the fish tank in the back. But this is what I want to show you, Houston, Harris County. I ordered a baked potato. And normally you think, well, a baked potato. I mean, surely a baked potato is not, intimidating.
Right.
Look at this baked potato. Show me that baked potato there, producer. Look at that baked potato. And it's not even you don't get the full effect. If I had put it next to my head, it was bigger than my head. Look at the size of that baked potato. It must have been like an 8-pound baked potato. Wow. And that's without the butter, bacon, and cheese that I put in it. That is a baked potato. Now that is definitely a baked potato right there.
Did you eat it off?
No, I couldn't. because I had to save room for their banana Foster, which is so good. But no, and then I had, a little piece of steak there, and I had a salad, and at the end of the day, I had a food coma. I think I came home and I went to nap. But, it's incredible. So as we keep going, I'm going to see if I can send that those picture of my teeth there. So we're going to keep going here because I want to talk about the show, and my guest has just arrived. And Marcus, come on down. You're the next contestant on A Tip from Gilbert. Come on down, sir. Again, Gilbert Garcia, welcome to the show. Put that on. I hope we're all going. We're already live on 6 stations all over Houston and Harris County. And what do you have to say to everybody right now about this World Cup?
Congo
go.
is back. Congo is back.
Congo is back.
Yes.
And your Marcus, how do I say improve?
Improv. Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. But I can call you Marcus.
Marcus is good.
And you can call me Gilbert.
Okay.
Okay, but don't call me late for dinner, as they say. But Marcus, really, I mean, you've been working on this whole thing. And by the way, my guest has been a leader in the Congo community here in Houston for many years. He's educated here in the States, etc. He's very, very active, with his country, and very, very active with the team. Tell us about, how does it feel being from Congo and seeing your whole team here? And when I saw the picture, do we have that picture of them arriving? I want to show a short clip of them arriving.
Okay.
Because I just love it. They were I don't know if I can say this word, but they were the studs of the teams arriving. No, really, look at this. Here they are.
Yes.
This is it, Houston, Harris County. Look at this team arriving.
Oh, that was awesome.
Yeah,
I was there.
We're going to do it again. Hold on. It's coming back up. Hold on. Look at that.
Yes. I was there at that at Omni Hotel to welcome them, so that was exciting. And then this has been making the rounds all over the internet on just the fashion. It was just awesome.
I mean, look at that.
Yes.
I mean, they must have been so thrilled as players. And look at those. What do you call those sashes there?
Those are made based on the leopard. As you know, the team's name is Leopards.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
So it's just a fashion statement. I'm not sure who came up with it, but I've seen multiple versions of it now on sale.
Oh yeah?
Yes.
I want to buy one.
Yeah.
You got to tell me where. I mean, I got to buy one, and then I'm gonna like act real big, like I'm a fan of Congo, the leopards. And then they have this really cool bag too.
Yes, that goes with it.
Well, tell me this: how many people, Congo citizens, do you call them Congolese, or what do you?
Yes, Congolese.
Congolese.
Yes.
How many live here in Houston? And by the way, we have a lot of cameras. That's on TV. It's going to air Saturday.
Okay.
Then you got one directly on you there. That one across is on me, and there's one on both of us.
All right.
And I know we're rocking and rolling. But so we're going to be talking like this. But look at the camera when you want to make a point.
Sure.
But tell me this: so how many Congolese are there here in the city?
So we don't have an exact number, but estimates are anywhere between 6 to probably 10,000. They're all spread out. Most live in the southwest area, but as part of this events, the World Cup, we found people coming out of the woodworks from the north, from Woodlands, from everywhere.
How
saying they're
wonderful.
Congolese. So yeah, we're everywhere in Houston.
How wonderful.
Yes.
And so tell me, is this the first time, or when was the last time the country had representation in the World Cup?
So the
as a team?
Yes, as a team, the last time was in 1974, and I'm not going to say whether I was alive or not.
You know what that means, Houston, but that's okay. I understand. I feel you.
So, but that was actually a colossal failure on our part because we were down and out. All 3 matches we lost. We did not score any single point. So this time we made a difference. We've already scored 1 point. So the score that you guys saw against Portugal by Wissa, that was our first score ever in the World Cup.
Wow.
Yes.
And did we tie them?
Yes, we tied them. It was awesome because, of course, I don't know if you guys saw the game. Portugal scored within the first 6 minutes. I was there, stunned, and we thought, okay, here
it goes again.
Here we go again.
1974.
It's a repeat of the worst defeat that time was against Yugoslavia, 9-0.
Oh, my
I
goodness.
thought, this cannot be. Of course, about the halfway, at the halftime, right before the halftime, we equalized it, and it stayed 1-1 throughout the whole game. So that was awesome.
And you know what? And that's, of course, Portugal. That's the great Ronaldo. Yeah, that's the great Ronaldo. I bet you there must have been 1 billion people watching that match around the world.
So,
I mean, you know, because wherever he plays, he and Messi is going to get everyone.
Yes.
So Congo was on the world stage without a doubt.
Congo was on the world stage, but if you look at the stadium even, most of the jerseys were red. It was red everywhere.
Yep.
It's either number 7, Ronaldo, some version of it. Congo, our jersey is blue, the home jersey. So there was one single spot, I think, of Congo.
And that was you.
That was me. And but we made enough noise. I actually lost my voice that day because I just screaming and yelling and all of that. We were just so excited. The party went on. We met at the GHS Event Center afterwards. President of Congo was there.
No kidding.
Yes, sir.
How wonderful.
Yes.
Well, you know, I went to the game with Sweden versus the Netherlands just recently, and they had the king and queen of the Netherlands there. They're right above me. Right in the center.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, right there above me.
Oh, wow.
And, you know, they were there doing the king wave and the princess wave or the queen, and it was fantastic. And I don't know did I send you any of those pictures that I sent? I'm going to send you a couple of pictures real quick, producer, of things you just see at the stadium. But going back for a second, so is the whole country excited? I mean, the whole country must be going crazy.
The whole country's excited. The whole community in the diaspora, we're all excited. And like I said, Congo is making a showing for itself. Our next match will be tomorrow against Uzbekistan in Mexico. Against Colombia in Mexico, in Guadalajara. That's probably our next toughest game. Yeah. But the people are already moving. I'm not gonna go, but a lot of fans from Houston are going, and some are already there in Mexico. But we're all behind them. The next big game after that, of course, will be in Atlanta, and that's the one against Uzbekistan. In the group, I think they're expected to be the weakest team. Uzbekistan is. So we're hoping for a win there. And then at the very least, a tie against Colombia is an awesome team. So
Yes.
I'm not gonna talk down against them. But we're gonna come out. The team's gonna come out. A lot of those players are pumped. They're ready. They're ready to go.
Well, you know, Colombia is one of those teams that's just a perennial champion almost. They're just always good. They're always good. Well, let me ask you this. So, there you go. There you go. Colombia must be in the house.
Right.
They must be in this house.
I'm glad I didn't say anything negative. I think...
I understand. You did the right thing.
Right.
But going back for a second, what's interesting, do you know any of the players? Do you know the coach? Have you got a chance to meet some of them?
So I went to their practice. There was one of the practices was open to the public. We were able to take pictures and all of that,
wonderful.
but not really one-on-one.
Yeah.
It was more of a group picture, that kind of thing. But it was just awesome. The coach is doing an exceptional job because everybody's always second guessing. You know, why didn't he pick this or that player? But I think he's just doing awesome. And just to even get here, how we got here, we had to beat two of the big soccer giants in Africa, and that's Nigeria and Cameroon. And to beat those two already, then of course we had the international match against Jamaica, again in Mexico, and we won that in extended time.
Wow!
So it's not been an easy road, but we're still there.
So,
we're still there.
Congo
We're awesome.
has earned it.
Oh yeah.
Well, you know, every team that's there has earned it.
Every team has earned it,
You got to be good.
Oh yeah.
Or you wouldn't be in the World Cup.
Oh yes.
You wouldn't be good. I mean,
That's
you wouldn't be there if you weren't good.
Yes.
I think we may have a caller there. We'll just see in a second here. But excuse me, Mary. We have a caller, real quick. Mary. So hold on, Marcus. Mary, are you there?
Yes, this is Mary. Hi, Gilbert.
Mary, what do you got? You got me, Gilbert Garcia, with a tip from me, with Mr. Marcus, who's here representing the Congolese, the leopards.
Yes,
the leopards. What do you got for us?
I just want to share my experience. I went to go see the Netherlands versus Sweden game this past Saturday here at the Houston Stadium, and it was so much fun. It was flooded with orange shirts all over. They had such great spirits on both sides. It was a great match. I loved it. Every single goal was celebrated so well.
Well, let me ask you this: how did you get there? Did you drive? Did you take the mass trains? How did you get there?
Yeah, so I saw that parking started at $300. Wow. Some of my friends were saying they were $700.
No, wait. Let me ask you this:
it was just
$300.
mind blowing.
You're blowing my mind right now. So let me ask you this: like, where was the parking? If you're going to pay $300, it should be like at the front door. Right. You know what I mean? Right. I mean, where was this $300 parking? Is it
You
like
would think so. You would think so, but it was in just the lots scattered throughout the stadium.
Wow.
So the $700 ones must have been the ones that are up there, but I don't have $700 to give on top of the tickets already being so expensive. So I ended up taking the metro since it was a lot more convenient for me and faster. But on the way back, there were so many people. We actually had a full house. I think they said we had 68,000 people in that stadium.
Oh, wow.
So getting 68,000 people to leave the stadium was so crazy. I'm just hoping FIFA can organize it a little bit better, but I do still support taking the Metro Rail. It did get me there pretty quick.
Well, let me ask you this. I was at the game also, and I left, and I lived nearby the stadium, and so I kind of know some of the back ways to get there without going on Kirby and all those things around, to kind of, not quite go through the neighborhood, but some of the secondary big streets. And we left, a game was at 12, we left around 10. And I mean, we got there, it was like 10:10. And there was like, in my view, it was very calm. It was very organized. Everyone was, doing great. All the stories I heard about, all this craziness, it wasn't bad. And we were able to get in. We were in the stadium by, I don't know, maybe 10:30. And we were able to walk around and do things. And then because we had certain tickets, we were able to get a hospitality suite, this and that, which is not a suite, but just an area that we could have, free food. And I did get this as a gift. And so I'm going to open this up right now because I was going to open it live here on the show because I didn't want to, I don't know what's in here. So, and of course, when you try to do this live, you're not prepared. I can't even figure out how to open this thing. Oh, wait a minute. Here we go. I think I got it. So I'm going to open this real quick. Marcus, do you know what it is?
Have no idea. I didn't get lucky enough to get that gift.
Well, it is a FIFA miniature soccer
Oh my goodness,
ball.
nice.
Yeah, look
Awesome.
at that. Look at that. And I got some sort of lanyard thing with an official FIFA thing here.
Yes.
And so this is my gift for, buying my ticket, and it's super cool. And continuing, so I was able to get in. It was very easy. And it was a little difficult for me to get out also. But I think, Mary, the reason for getting out was so difficult, I think it was because of the weather. I'm not trying to get an excuse for FIFA, but at the end of the day, I think the weather had something to do with it because when I got out, it was already deemed shelter in place.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. By the time we went through the merch line and got a couple T-shirts, it was already shelter in place. And so by the time we came out, it was already raining. And so it took a little while to get an Uber. We walked down the street, and my wife had strategically bought a little bitty poncho that was like this big, and it opens up to covered me. So I was dry. She had a little umbrella that she took with her, and we were able to do all the things that we needed to do. But I think it was about the weather. What do you think there, Mary?
I think that definitely played a big part of it. We did get put in shelter in place for, I want to say, maybe 20 to 30 minutes, which I can understand. There was lightning and everything, but it was just, there were so many people to begin with. I wish it didn't rain.
Well, I think that's right. But, for all the people, again, who are out there bashing Metro all the time, and all those people, I don't even need to give them their names anymore. But at the end of the day, imagine if you had all those people, because I'm sure you were packed trying to get on the train back. If they were driving, if they were driving, you'd have thousands of more cars on the streets, especially 610, Kirby, Fannin, all those streets. It would have been chaos. Now, I want to show you, Mary, were you at the game also?
Yes.
Okay, great. So, Marcus, I'm going to show you all a picture of things seen at the game. So if you have those, producer, I sent you two pictures. Things seen at the game. I just have two pictures I'm going to show here. Houston, Harris County. So here's one. I took a picture with a Viking. So that's a Viking on his horse that was there because, Sweden, I guess they're, descendants of Vikings. Right. So that's a Viking. And he was kind enough to let me take a picture of him on his horse. How it got in there, I don't know. And then I just saw a bunch of wild people from the Netherlands. There they are. Look at that crowd. Yeah, they almost look like a Netherlands pop group or something. And you can see my lovely wife on the side there, and there's somebody photobombing me on the top. But they're all the ones with the orange hair. And so you see all types. And that's the beautiful thing about the World Cup, is everyone is just there to have fun. I'm going to give you the last word there, Mary. Anything else you want to share?
No, I just wanted to say I had so much fun, and for whoever's watching the next couple of games, I hope you guys have a blast. And make sure to get there early so you can see all of the events that happened before.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Mary, for calling. So, Marcus, I'm going to come back to you for a second, which is, how many people, just talk about the country a little bit. Now, the country was called Zaire, right? Before? Yes. Okay. So when people talk about Congo, it was Zaire before. Right. And remember wasn't there the big Muhammad Ali fight in Zaire? Yes. That had to have been an incredible time.
That was awesome. Muhammad Ali versus George Foreman. And
Was it Joe Frazier?
No, George Foreman.
George Foreman. Okay,
yes.
excuse me.
Yes, and he got knocked out in the 8th round. That was the punch that went across the world, because that made essentially put Zaire on the map. And then of course we went back to Congo. It used to be Congo before. Went back to Congo again. Now we're looking to get back on the map with the national soccer team.
You're going to be there. I know it. You already are. So let me ask you, what's the population of Congo?
It's over 100,000. We, land-wise, are the second largest in Africa after Algeria. Population-wise, we're further down. After Nigeria is the most populated in Africa.
What's their population? Do you know?
It's over 200, I believe, 200 million. Did I say 1,000?
You did.
Millions.
You meant million.
Millions.
So
yes.
Congo is 200 million people.
Yes.
So think about it.
Congo's 100 million.
I'm sorry, 100 million. Excuse me. So think about it this way, Houston, Harris County. The United States is about 330 million.
Yes.
So it's about a third the size.
Yes.
In population.
In population, and land-wise, we are 3 times the size of Texas. Texas is huge. So it's if you divided U.S. in almost 3 equal parts, we're like one third of that.
Almost 1/3 of the United States.
Yes.
Wow.
It's huge. It's huge.
That is huge.
Yes.
And tell it, what are some of the main things in Congo? What are some of the main exports, or what are y'all known for?
So we're known for minerals, mostly gold, manganese, zinc, coltan, which everybody has in their cell phone or flat screen TV. A lot of that comes from Congo. We have all the minerals you can find in the world: gold, silver, diamond. We have all of that. Of course, we have petroleum as well. We also have a lot of agricultural products. We make flowers of all kinds. Fufu, for example, that's from the cassava roots. We eat the cassava roots. We eat the leaves from the cassava. Fishing is big because we're surrounded by water. We're in a tropical area. We have the Atlantic Ocean. We have lots of rivers that lead into the ocean, lots of lakes, ponds, and so forth. So fishing is a big industry as well.
Wow.
Yeah.
If you could, Mr. Producer, let's just take a look at where it is on the map. I think people just need to see it. How excited. Now, when did you come to the States?
I came in the very late, almost early 80s. I came in the 80s, and then I went to finish my high school here in Kansas, and went to college in Kansas as well. And then after that, I moved to Houston to start working in the healthcare. I work in a lab.
So you've been here now for quite some time.
Yes.
And you work in a lab. What are you studying, or what are you looking at?
I studied microbiology, so looking at bugs that can hurt us. So when they talk about the Ebola, for example, that's kind of up my alley, so to speak, which is the outbreak that we have currently in just one small portion of the Congo. It's limited to the northeast part, which is very rural. It's not populated anywhere like the capitals or the big cities in Congo. So for the most part, the authorities have done a great job containing that. But yeah, my background is microbiology.
Well, let me ask you this, not to get pivot, but just it's very interesting to me. Ebola, how is that transferred?
So typically it's through contact with bodily fluids. It could be saliva, it could be sweat, it could be any bodily fluid of an infected person. If you come in contact with it, then you become exposed. It's a little less infectious compared to, let's say, flu, which typically you can get from just breathing or droplets in the air. It's less compared to that. You almost have to be next to or having come in contact with fluid, bodily fluid, left over, say, on a table, some area on a bed even, by an infected person. But it is more deadly than flu, obviously. So, and then the strain that they have right now in Congo is unique in that there's really no treatment for it. There's no vaccine for it. So they basically just give supportive therapy to the patients and see if they can get over the infection.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
Let's go back to soccer.
Yes,
so,
sir. It's much better.
Yeah, I understand. But it's fascinating.
Yes,
it's fascinating.
it is.
And going back to soccer, where does the Congo team practice? Are they headquartered here in Houston?
Yes, this is their base camp, so to speak. So they'll go to Mexico, for example, tomorrow to play. They should already be there. And then they'll come back to Houston. Then they'll go to Atlanta this coming Saturday to play, and they'll come back here. They train over at SaberCats Stadium. And so that's where when we try to gain access to the practice or whatever, that's where we head out to.
And where is that? What city? Where is that again?
That's off of 288 going towards Pearland.
Yep.
And it's really an awesome field. I didn't expect the grass is like somebody was actually looking at each individual strand.
So it's perfect.
It's perfect.
It's perfect.
I play a little soccer myself. Even today, I still play soccer. I do pickup games, or basically we just come together and divide up teams, skins and shirts, and that kind of thing. But I've never seen a field that good. We play on less than optimal fields, So, but that was like, whoa! I just didn't expect that.
Now the SaberCats, what do they? Excuse my ignorance there. I don't remember. What do they play there? What is that? What team is that?
That's the local teams here, both male and female teams. The Dynamos, I think, play on the SaberCats field, and then the Lady Dash, the soccer team, plays just on the other side of the street. They have two separate.
But the SaberCats, what is that? A soccer team?
I'm not sure what they are. There may be a less.
Let's look at that. Who are the SaberCats? I don't recall. Oh, it's rugby.
It's rugby. Okay, that makes
then
sense.
I know where that
makes
field
sense.
is.
Yes.
Yeah, it's on 288 South. Maybe by Pearland or something.
Yeah, someone told me they played rugby there before. It's actually a Congolese lady from Congo who played rugby in college, and that was where she played. So I guess that is named after the rugby team.
Very, very interesting. Yeah. We have another caller here. Is there a Christopher there? Christopher, are you there?
There. I'm here.
Christopher, you got Gilbert Garcia, a tip from Gilbert, and I've got my guest here, Marcus, who is a leader of the Congo community, and we are all Congo here about and excitement about the World Cup and their being involved for the first time since 1974. What do you got for us?
So I was going to wonder, so for the people coming into Houston for the World Cup, what are the food recommendations you guys have?
What are the food recommendations? What do you recommend?
So if you're looking at international dishes, let's say if I'm not going to say McDonald's or anything like that, right? So go with Congolese food or just African food in general. If you want to be exotic, try something new. I know a couple of restaurants. There's one called Finger Licking off of Bissonnette and 59 Southwest Freeway. They serve African food there. It's really delicious. There is another one called Wazobia. They have actually two of those. That's typically Nigerian food, but it's similar to Congolese as well. So you'll see things like fufu, which is staple food almost throughout all of Africa. It's think of it like a thick mashed potato. You can actually cut it with your hands, and it serves as our bread. And then you eat that along with either fish, meat, vegetables, and they're mostly cooked in a kind of a stewy dish. So there's sauce, there's tomatoes, and fish is typically fried, and then they add it to the stew. It's really delicious. Try it, and then you'll go back richer, knowing you've tasted African food, and now you know what those Congolese players are eating that makes them run so fast, right?
And it makes them tall, big, and strong, and handsome, and all those things. Well, Christopher, me, first of all, if you want carne guisada, you got to go to Taqueria Laredo. Laredo Taqueria Laredo, I go both ways. At the end of the day, it is great. So if you want the best carne guisada, if you're from out of town and you're here for the World Cup, you got to get Mexican food, of course. And Laredo Taqueria is where to go. There's a couple of them around town, and so I highly recommend it. My favorite Indian place is called Khyber. It's right there on, oh my goodness, it's right by Kirby and kind of Richmond, but I love it. Yeah, Taqueria Laredo Taqueria. It's on 6904 Irvington Boulevard. And of course, I love Frenchie's Fried Chicken. And I really want them on my air one time, but Frenchie's, come on my show. At the end of the day, they have great, great food. And of course, I also love the Breakfast Club. Man, the Davis family, the Breakfast Club, they have great, great food. And you know how you know? Because that line starts early in the morning. It goes all way around the restaurant. It goes all the way almost like down the street. It's unbelievable. Of course it's good food. That's how you know if it's good food. I'm trying to think of some other things that I really, really like. But at the end of the day, if you're going to want really good international food, you got to have Truth Barbecue. Now, that's international because, of course, we feel like Texas is an international country of its own because we're so grand. But Truth Barbecue is delicious. And you got to have barbecue if you're going to be here in Houston, Texas. So hopefully, Christopher, we gave you a couple of good ideas. How about you? Are you a native Houstonian or no?
I am a native Houstonian.
What do you like? Give a plug for whatever you go to.
My favorite spot, I'm over by Pearland. I would say my favorite spot is this soul food place called Soul Good. It's really good soul food.
Tell us about that. Where is that?
So it's on Broadway Street. If you're on the old side of Pearland, it's just this really long street, and soul food, it's pretty much like a Southern Chipotle.
Ah.
For the people who know what Chipotle is, it's pretty much a Southern Chipotle. You get a few sides, and then you get two proteins, and then you can pick your sides like that. You get 3 sides, 2 proteins, and then it's one of my favorites.
Very, very good. I so love you sharing that. And by the way, my wife must be listening because just saw that she just said, go back to Didi Garcia. Let's see, where was that? Welcome to Texas, Congo. That's from my wife. Look at that. And honey, by the way, I showed the picture of us having dinner, Father's Day, and I showed the biggest baked potato that was bigger than my head. Let's say that big baked potato again so my wife can see it. Look at that baked potato.
Nice.
And that's like not even scale, because if I put it next to my head, it'd be bigger than my head. And of course, my wife is busy because she took my son, Benjamin, to get his wisdom teeth pulled. And I know this is going to be kind of scary, but do you have a picture of that, Mr. Producer? And this is, for mature audiences only. You know all the things they say when you have an R-rated movie. So this is for mature audiences only. So let's just see what this picture looks like. There it is. That is those are the wisdom teeth of
my goodness.
Those are the wisdom teeth of my son. Man, those are massive.
That's nice.
No wonder he, was just. I don't know. But at the end of the day, well, I better remove that before I start getting complaints. So those are the wisdom teeth. Oh, my God. Let's let those go. But, Christopher, thank you for calling in, my friend.
Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. So going back, you know, we're having a lot of fun here because we're going through soccer and all that. The thing about the World Cup, it just brings countries together. And I know that Korea and Mexico have an incredible relationship because of what happened in soccer a while back. I don't know if we have the story of all that, but at the end of the day, now those two countries are just so close and they get along great. So, of course, they had their match and they were so respectful of each other. It's just incredible. And so amen and touche to them and everything. So let me go back for a second, Marcus. So, you know, you're here. You're enjoying all the World Cup. Congo's on the map. And what other African teams are now in the World Cup right now?
So altogether, this is actually the most number of.
We're getting a little bit of
African
feedback
teams.
there, producer. Go ahead, keep going.
We have the most African teams this time around. There are 10 of them. If I start naming them, I'm sure I'm going to forget one.
But there's 10 teams?
But there are 10 teams, yes.
Wow.
And I know Tunisia did not do quite as well. I think they lost to I forget now, but they lost like 5-0, something like that. I watched parts of that game. But for the most part, the teams have done really well. They've either tied like Cape Verde, or they've outright won games. I know Morocco won their game too recently. So they're doing really well. I think when Congo made its debut back in 1974, one of the argument was that maybe African teams weren't ready for that level of competition because we did so poorly at that time. But I think their showing has gotten progressively better, starting with Cameroon a few years back where they went to the quarterfinals. And of course, Ghana, another cup later, got to almost the semifinal. But for the last penalty that they missed against Uruguay. But I think they've done really well. Most of the teams have done really good and a good job.
Well, of course, Cape Verde, they're like, you know, superstars now.
They're the darling of everything right now, yeah.
And by the way, producer, I have that clip. If you can print it, the one about the goalie, if you can tee that up for me. Cape Verde, of course, they're the ones that played Spain, right?
Yes.
And Spain is a powerhouse of all powerhouses.
Spain is a powerhouse, yes.
And, of course, they tied, was it 0-0 or 1-1, or what was it again?
I believe it was 1-1.
1-1. Yes. At the end of the day, their goalie had like 7 or 8 incredible saves.
Yes.
And so he's 40 years old, and he went from being, 30,000 or something like that followers on his social media to right now he's at 13.8 million.
Whoa.
He is now the darling of the entire tournament.
Yes,
and you thought it was Messi. But no, it's Cape Verde. It's
Cape
Africa.
Verde. Yes.
Let's see if we have that on there, Mr. Producer. We're going to get that up there. I have a little clip that I'm going to put on social media about it because I just think it's so amazing. And maybe I have to put the one of the Congo team coming in because they just look like such amazing people. Oh, we have an Abby here. Let's get Abby here in just 1 second. If you can find that email for me there, Mr. Producer. Abby, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Abby, you got me, a tip from me with my guest Marcus, who, of course, is part of the Congo community and has been very amped up about the Congo soccer team, which is the World Cup, the first time since 1974.
Yes.
But what do you got for us? Did you go to the game?
I did not, but hey, Marcus, I have a question for you.
Go.
Yes,
so
please.
I saw y'all had an event of sports and cultural tourism of the DRC at the GSH Event Center. Can you tell me how that went and if you're having another event?
So yes, the event went really well. It was beyond our expectations. So initially, what we were trying to do is the way that our organization actually came even into being was we wanted to get tickets to go to the game because the game itself versus Portugal, because of Ronaldo, was so expensive. It was $1,000 plus for the ticket. So we tried to get tickets, and for those who couldn't get tickets, then we wanted to have a fan zone other than the FIFA fan zone, which is the GHS
Event Center.
And what does GHF stand for those of us who don't
I'm
know?
not even sure. I know it's just an event hall that can contain up to, they told us, between 2,000 to 3,000. It just depends on how you arrange the chairs.
Is it by the Dynamo Stadium?
No, it's over on West Belfort and Beltway 8.
Okay, I didn't mean to
Kinda
cut you off.
close.
Yeah.
No, it's fine. Kind of close to Southwest Freeway. And part of the reason we picked that is to go from there to the stadium is only 15 minutes, right? With Houston traffic notwithstanding, right? But the event itself was so nice. The first day, we almost had a full house. The second day, for sure, it was a full house. And the third day, there were people waiting outside to get in. Of course, like I mentioned earlier, the president of Congo was there in attendance as well.
Wow.
And there was food. There were Congolese businesses that were serving food. You know, you could go there, buy different types of foods. There were business expo, people that were showcasing what they offer for service, you know, what their business is all about. There was a fashion show. There were speakers, people trying to get folks here to invest in the Congo, into mining or road constructions, different types of businesses. So it was really awesome. I walked in there thinking, wow, I actually had a small part to do with this. Our group here was involved in selecting that hall specifically because we knew most people in our community live around that area, so we wanted it to be accessible to most of them. Plus, we had buses going from there to the stadium and back to the hall, so fans could just go park their cars there and not have to deal with. One of the callers earlier said there was like a $700 to $800 for parking, so they didn't have to deal with that. But it was awesome.
Wonderful. It sounds like a blast.
Yes.
It sounds like a blast. So, Abby, where'd you hear about all this? Did you read about it?
Yeah, I saw a flyer online, but I just really wanted to hear about how it went, and I'm so happy it went well. Can I hear a little more about that fashion show?
There we go. There you go. She gets right to the point.
Are you into fashion?
Yes, I am.
Oh, you should have come out because at one point there was a notice looking out for models. So they had the outfits already for them, mostly T-shirts that had logos of Congo, just different design. And people were just wearing them, and they had different sizes so you didn't have to be a professional model, just someone who's, and these are mostly females, 5'5" or taller, and be confident enough to walk on stage while you're wearing those outfits.
Wow.
So it was awesome. And I know the details only because my niece was actually the one driving that. She does fashion design, and she has her own line of clothing out of Washington, D.C. Her name is Fanny, and the business is Fanny's House. In case you Google it, you'll see it.
You know what? Let's see if we can put that, if you can, Mr. Producer. I know we got the clip, but see if you can find Fanny's, is it Fanny?
Yes.
House, with like apostrophe S, house?
Yes.
Let's see if we can find that. I want to see kind of what that clothes is like, and we'll kind of show it to you there too, as well, Abby. Well, great. Abby, what else you got? Anything else you got?
Well, that sounds amazing, and I'm so sad I missed out. I had no clue.
Oh, it was awesome. Everybody who came out just we were beyond words because it was just bigger than any of us had ever expected it to be. There were more people there. Of course, there's a big Congolese community in Dallas, and then we have neighboring San Antonio, Austin. There's some there as well. All of those people came out, and we had people coming from as far as Washington, D.C., New York. They came, some drove, others flew. It was just awesome. And when the president got here, word from the organizers is that he was so happy with the turnout that they're going to have the same, essentially duplicate what we did here in Mexico and in Atlanta, the next matches. So they'll have a fan zone. They'll have similar types of events going on in within the fan zone.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, holy cow. Well, Abby, thank you for bringing that up. That's a great thing. We're now showing some of the Fanny's House collection.
Yes, that's the one.
Let's take a look. Oh, look at that. Whatever that is, it looks beautiful.
Yes. Yeah, and that's her.
That's her?
Yes.
But look at that. She's ready to be on the runway herself. Let's go back to some of those dresses.
Cool.
Say it again there, Abby.
That is so cool.
Yeah, can you see it? Fanny said, oh,
Yes.
wow, look at that. Look at those beautiful colors. Wow.
These are all, she designs and makes them herself.
She makes them?
She makes them, and then, of course, going with the sizes of the models, she'll make it for each model, and they'll do the runway and so forth. She's done shows she lives out of Washington, D.C., but she's done shows in New York and other places as well.
Wow.
Yes.
That looks super great. Look at those beautiful, beautiful colors. Very good. Well, Abby, you got anything else for us?
I don't think so, but thank you for your time, and thank you for telling me about this event.
Thank you for calling in there, Abby. Thank you. She's calling in for a tip from Gilbert. Thank you, Abby. And with that email address was what? I mean, what was that website again? Fanny'sHouse.com? Mr. Producer, was it Fanny'sHouse.com?
No, it's on Facebook.
Oh, it's on Facebook.
Fanny's House
It's
Collection.
Fanny's
Yes.
House. It's on Facebook. She's got a lot of followers, etc. Very good, guys. Go look at it. Oh, look at that.
It's nice.
How beautiful. Look at that. Yeah, look at that. Beautiful, beautiful headdress there. Let's do that clip real quick on the Cape Verde, the goalie there. And by the way, this is a quick plug because my mother sent me for my Father's Day gift this shirt which says, hold on, live on air, Gilbert. So she sent me this. So, Mom, if you can see this, I love you, Mother. Thank you for giving me life. But thank you for the shirt as well. Let's see that quick clip there if we can.
One of the most incredible stories of this World Cup isn't Messi, Ronaldo, or Mbappe. It belongs to Cape Verde's goalkeeper, Bozina. Before playing Spain, the 40-year-old goalkeeper had 50,000 followers on Instagram. Then he made 7 spectacular saves and helped the team earn a shocking 0-0 draw against the powerhouse Spain.
What happened next was unbelievable. Within hours, his Instagram exploded from 50,000 followers to now more than 13.8 billion. That's more followers than the entire country. Bozina became an overnight global superstar. 1 game, 7 saves, millions of new followers and fans around the world. That's the magic of the 2026 World Cup. One moment can change your life forever. This is Gilbert Garcia, tip from Gilbert, reporting from Houston. Goal! And by the way, that goal, that was me. And by the way, that's not like overdubbed and all like they could do in the studio. That was me with one breath.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to be. What's the name of the guy who does it again?
Cantor, yes.
Cantor, yeah.
Yes.
I'm trying to be like him, but of course he's the king.
He's the king.
So there's no way I can be like him, but I want to be him. You know, I need to get him side by side, and we need to have a contest.
Contest.
Yeah, but one thing, I'm going to start really pushing some things out there, Houston, Harris County, and all you got to do.
Yeah, this is the dream. And we'll see you next time. All right, Houston, Harris County, this is Gilbert Garcia of A Tip from Gilbert, Talk, Inspiration, and Prayer. Watch and hear my show on YouTube, Facebook, RSS, Apple Podcasts, Amazon Podcasts, Google Podcasts, iHeartRadio, and Spotify. And follow me on social media. See you then.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to you. It's 5 minutes after the hour. Well, we've got our top jock. We've got our noted celebrity making it all happen for us this afternoon. Good morning to you, everybody. Michael Lawrence Harris, what's good, buddy?
Well, I hate to tell you this, big fella, but it's afternoon now. Morning is broken. Who was that? Cat Stevens. Morning is broken. Did you work with any white? Did you work with any white people when you were doing your music promotion?
Yeah. One stands out though. It was a young lady. I say she stands out, and I can't even remember her name. What was her name?
Big Booty Trudy.
No, she was a protege of David Foster, and he brought her over to Atlantic because the Atlantic signed her when I was working with Atlantic, because David Foster had such an incredible track record with breaking female artists. You know, there were so many of them. He had worked with Whitney Houston. He had worked with many. He was just a dynamite producer of females, and I cannot remember this young girl's name. She was 19 years old at the time, and she had a sort of rhythm and blues sound, and it actually wound up working against her because she was attractive. She was 19, but pop radio wasn't ready for her. So David Foster had to bring her to the black department to try to get some legs underneath to get the single. I'll have to reflect on this and get you the name of that young lady. But she was truly promising, but it turned out to be not good all the way around. She wound up being disillusioned, and David, of course, was unhappy. But I must say, since then, David went on to ultimately become the chairman of Warner's. But that was an interesting period. There is a story there. I have to jog my memory to get it to pull it all together. But I did work with some white artists. I'm trying to think of. You met several of them. Like one that would interest you would be, and actually had a good time with him, Johnny Paycheck. You remember Johnny Paycheck take this job and shove it?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
He wore that cowboy hat all the time.
Yeah, well, see, CBS had a strong country music department out of Nashville. So on the label, we had Charlie Daniels. We had Willie Nelson. We had Willie Nelson, Charlie Daniels. Boy, David Allen Coe. You remember? Johnny Cash with a boy named Sue. Yeah. And we would, so occasionally I would go to a country music convention. Those guys were wild, man. Those great producers like Billy Sherrill, who did Charlie Rich. And see, I know you can get into this because you always talk about, you frequently talk about your East Texas background and the way you grew up listening to radio. So you would
KGAS.
Okay.
Can you imagine being K-Gas?
Wow. Yeah, I just snapped to that when you said it. KGAS? K-Gas.
K-Gas.
K-Gas. My goodness.
Yeah, Mike Martin this is the white Mike Martin. The black Mike Martin I went to school with at UH. Black Mike is dead. I don't know what happened to white Mike. But he was on, and he had a program called Tunes for Teens. That's how I went to the movie.
Okay.
I was pretty good at trivia at one time, and they'd give away movie tickets and other things. And, of course, mine always ended up in the colored folks section, but I still won the ticket.
Ended up in the colored folks section?
Well, you know what I mean. We had to go to the colored folks section, but I got the free ticket. Yeah, see, I'm one of those real Negroes. You city guys, y'all didn't have to go through all the segregation we went through.
Well, I'm from Virginia, right? You do know I'm from Virginia, right? You do know. You do know that it took the Supreme Court in Virginia to strike down It took the Supreme Court to strike down the miscegenation law. That was the way I learned the meaning of the word, was because there was a case going on called, ironically, Loving versus Virginia. Right?
Oh, I remember that. They made a movie about it.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. And I'll tell you, it was my first or second year in radio, I think, when that happened, back in 1960. So it had to be a 64, 65 maybe. Could have been 63. But I always remember thinking, Michael, that I didn't think Loving was somebody's real name. I thought it was a cute headline that somebody had thought of, you know?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, Loving versus Virginia. It was against the law in Virginia for an interracial couple to be married. So that was the legal part of it. So if it was illegal, can you imagine the extra legal things they did to people who engaged in interracial relationships?
I'm quite sure.
Yeah.
Up in East Texas, we found a whole bunch of black folks floating in the in rivers and ponds and stuff. If they thought you were messing with one of their women. In fact, when I went to Carthage High School, and I graduated, so I was only there for 1 year, 68, 69. And that was the year the miniskirts were out. And all the white girls were wearing these miniskirts. And somehow we were not supposed to look.
That's right. That's right.
You would be,
right?
You might be under attack. And I'm saying, I didn't, over at Turner, you had to keep your skirts below your knees.
Right,
and these were almost up to their, how did they say it, buttocks,
Well, somebody cares about this, Michael. Just let me put this in there. We've got a caller on the line. Whenever you get ready.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, I like to begin the day with a little bit of humor because my days are sad. I'm old now, Paris. I'm not young. I'm like Ali. I'm not pretty no more.
You'll always be the guy, Michael. You'll always be the guy.
Right.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. Tidbit in polo.
I'm 80, but 80 is a little different, they tell me now. The other day, as I celebrated my birthday, I stopped at the store, went in, my phone rang, and it was a friend of mine. And the first thing he said was, hey, happy birthday, you old, and then he used some spicy language, right? And he's 80. He is 86. No, he's 80, 84. He's 86. He's 86. And I'll tell you, he was a friend of mine. He wrote the song "Don't Mess with My Tutu." Guy by the name of Walter.
Don't mess with my tutu.
Yeah,
that's all I can remember.
He's from New Orleans. He's from Louisiana. And his name was Walter Moorhead, and we had just a great conversation. And then I know you will remember Don Carter, who used to work with Motown. Don. He used to.
Yeah, Don had a great mustache.
Yes, indeed. And Don looked like a model himself. And he went to school right here. He went to school right here in Houston, Texas, and was a vice president of promotion at Motown years before I went over there. He was back there with the original crew. And so Don is I think 84 as well. And Don is still a captain on a police force out of Tennessee. So, and then I got another partner by the name, it's more than I'm telling you, but Eddie Sims. His brother is Danny Sims, Bob Marley's manager. All these people I'm telling you about are music guys, right?
Oh.
And
so what happened to Dorothy Shelley?
I do not know. I do not know what happened to Dorothy Shelley. Yeah, that's a name. That's a name out of the past. Yeah.
You know why I mentioned that?
Why is that, guy?
Because I was just thinking about our politicians from the past.
Okay.
Think about them.
Okay.
And now in this political climate where we would rather paint, I don't know what you would call that thing, pools than feed people. I just wonder where our politicians are. Is the president now a dictator in this country that he can just determine what money is being wasted and while not feeding human beings? Do we not care about our fellow man? If you're not white and rich, do you matter in America anymore?
I would answer the first part of that by saying it seems to me that it's okay. It seems more okay not to care and be blatant and just say that. That seems to me. It seems to me that there's more of a permission structure for not caring during the last 10 years. We've seen more of that, but I think it may be hitting a wall. I'm hopeful that it's hitting a wall. I think there are people who are saying, no, you just can't take this money and do what you want to do with it. Well, and they are acknowledging that there are people in dire straits in this country. I think some of that is beginning to happen, and even if they are not acknowledging, even if we'll say white people or people who are gainfully employed are at least acknowledging there are other people who should be given a shot, who should be their distress should be acknowledged too. Whereas before it was like every man for himself. There's still a great deal of that, but I think people are having some qualms about that philosophy as they see it play out.
I'm just wondering because they're just well, like the same man who will paint. I don't know what to call that thing. I've been to D.C., but I didn't learn the proper language. But who will do that but won't feed a hungry child, don't want them to have medical care. That I don't understand, man.
No, I mean, right. Fear drives people. You raised that question last week, and I enjoyed the conversation that you and Sherman had about that. But fear makes it happen too, and that's it. Yeah.
Well, I see. I was talking to Sidney McKinney. I don't know if you remember.
Yeah, of course I do. Of course I do. As a matter of fact, I got his spot lined up here in this. I'm looking at number 19 right now. Sid Services. Okay. My God.
Yeah. And we were talking, about some things, and it just doesn't. I just don't know where we're going. Remember that song? Do you know where you're going to? What was that?
My little one. From? Do you know where you're going to? My little one, or my pretty one, or something? I recall.
Yeah. I just don't know where we're headed right now. Where we're headed. I had to get rid of my DirecTV, and I ended up with Xfinity. And Xfinity has a whole bunch of channels, but guess what? Almost every one of you have to pay for. I said, okay, we bought the system and all that sort of stuff. Now we have to pay for everything we watch. It just seems like the world is really changing. The world is changing. Look at our schools. State takeover. Not because the schools were not being properly administered. The children aren't doing any better. They're shutting down more schools now. But it just seems like we the people of the United States of America no longer run anything. We may be tricked into voting for people who lie to us about what their intentions are. Don't forget, Trump talked about he was going to cut the price of this, and everything goes up. And then he doesn't want to, I guess you could say, he can send people to die in wars, in fights that he has created in his own mind, but we can do nothing about it. You know, it's just crazy that there is that he could go and start this war with Iran just because
Congress allows him to do that. They allow him to do that. It's not that it's supposed to be that way, because it's not. But the guy says, I'm going to do the opposite of what is written there anyway, and make you guys prove through a courtroom that it's illegal. And many of them, rather than stand and face him, just move aside, as long as the path he's on seems to be the one they're on too. Many of these people they share a lot of the president's ambitions.
Okay, well, if you share the president's ambitions and you truly believe this, then send your children, send your grandchildren, your nephews, your nieces, to the war. Don't be sending my people over there to die for something that doesn't benefit them at all.
Well, see, that's their reasoning. They are not going to send, quote, their people. That's it. They feel just the opposite. They feel, don't send my people over there to die for it. That's what they're holding on to. They just got a different group of my people. You know what I'm saying? To them, you are those people. You and I are those people. And
we are disposable.
Yeah.
So just look at how many people. Tidbit, baby. Paul is it's starting to get a little aggravated. Okay.
Yeah.
And you want to go outside? Yeah. Oh, okay. So you want to go outside? All right. Paris, would you? What's the number here? 713-668-1230. 713. Before I have to spank my granddaughter.
668-1230. Okay, you go ahead. I'm going to ask the callers to hold on, and we'll be back. All right?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Callers, you heard it. You hold on. You hold on for Michael there. Just a minute. It's 21 minutes after the hour of noon. 21 minutes after the hour of noon. I am Paris, and it is a beautiful day. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
Hi, I'm J.J. Walls with Sunnyside Dental, and yes, it's now been over 30 years that we've been providing quality dental care for our patients in the Houston area. It's now come to my attention that many of you that want to come to Sunnyside Dental have Medicare plans that we don't accept. Hold up, that has got to change. Sunnyside Dental is now accepting most Medicare dental plans. WellCare, Liberty, United Healthcare, Cigna, Kelsey Care Advantage, Amerigroup, Aetna, and many more. We're getting on board. Call Sunnyside Dental at 713-738-1999. If you have Medicare and would like to receive the personal touch provided by Sunnyside Dental, call us at 713-738-1999. We look forward to helping you achieve the smile that you can't wait to share with the world.
Got Medicare dental benefits? Call Sunnyside Dental 713-738-1999.
Are you looking for a pharmacy where you're more than just the next person in line, where the pharmacists are friendly, willing to talk to you about your prescriptions and over-the-counter medications, where they make deliveries to customers in the general area? Then you need my pharmacy of choice, Mercury Drive Pharmacy, 918 Mercury Drive, right off of I-10 East near the 610 Loop. James Muldrow and his staff are there to serve you. I've been a customer for over 37 years. The insurance companies have tried to steer me to the corporate pharmacies, but I prefer Mercury Drive. It's a staple in East Houston, serving Fidelity, Jacinto City, Pleasantville, Fifth Ward, North Shore, Wood Forest, Galena Park, Channel View, offering free delivery to those areas and others. Most insurances are accepted. Mercury Drive Pharmacy is open Monday through Saturday for your convenience. Phone 713-674-6122, 713-674-6122. Mr. Muldrow and his staff are happy to serve you. Mercury Drive Pharmacy, 9 918 Mercury Drive, south of I-10 East.
Are you tired of that old driveway with its ugly cracks and holes? Do you hold your family gatherings indoors because the outside is just not useful? Thinking of building a new structure to add more living space to your home? If you answered yes to any of these questions, then you need to call Sid. 832-657-4494. Sid's Services is a one-stop shop for all your residential concrete needs. They specialize in driveways, patios, house slabs, and foundations. Sid's has over 20 years in quality residential construction. He's honest and provides excellent work to each customer. If you know that it's time to redo that old driveway or patio, or if you'd like to add more living space to your home, call Sid's Services, 832-657-4494, 832-657-4494. Remember, at Sid's, one call does it all.
In life's most difficult moments, comfort matters. At Lord Edward Memorial, we believe every life is a blessing worth honoring with dignity and care. With a combined 60 years of experience, our compassionate staff walks beside your family with faith, respect, and understanding. Lord Edward Memorial, serving families with grace, compassion, and heartfelt care. Visit us at 6677 Rookin Street, Houston, 77074, or give us a phone call at 346-446-6675.
Saturdays, we're taking you back with Carrie Lewis on Inside Tracks. Soulful, funky, rhythm and blues, disco, doo-wop, rock and roll, new jack swing, and everything in between. Inside Tracks has all the classics for you and even those forgotten gems too. So join Carrie Lewis on Inside Tracks every Saturday afternoon beginning at 2 p.m. only on KCOH 1230 The Source.
And now, a message from the future frequency.
Young voters, Gen Z, and millennials, if you're ready to make your voice count, here's how you make it happen. First, register to vote. It only takes a few minutes. Just look up your local election office and follow the steps for your area. Next, verify your information. Confirm your name, your address, and your polling location so nothing slows you down. And don't wait for election day. Vote early. Pick your day, pick your time, and skip the lines. Make your plan to vote early and vote to be heard. The future is live right now, and you're the frequency.
This message is powered by Diversity of Thought and proudly sponsored by 1230 KCOH, The Source.
All right, let me say hello to my guy, Don Sam, the original DS. You'll hear him 3 p.m. this afternoon. And, of course, you'll hear Ralph Cooper in our 1 o'clock hour. It all happens right here on The Source. All right, Michael Lawrence, we got a...
Hey,
yeah.
Before we get to the telephone, let me tell you what I just found.
What's that, buddy?
I seen some of my old KCOH promos, you know, where I had the Fat Boys and Rudy Ray Moore, Heavy D,
Yeah.
Lauren Anderson, Vanna White, Al Green, Vanessa Williams, Skipper Lee, the late Bo Williams.
Yeah.
Bobo has gone home.
Bobo Sub.
Bo's on here. And then I got Judge Betty Brock Bell, Donald Malloy, Celine Grant, Sean Pace Rose, you know, a lot of folks. And then I found this blues record. Homestead Blues is one of these, I guess you could say, home manufactured ones. They got Rue Davis. Remember Rue, don't you?
Yeah, sure. I spoke with Rue about 4 or 5 weeks ago. I know he speaks with Don all the time, too.
You know, his Candy, Isaac Hayes, I Stand the Hughes, Ike's Rap, Bobby Bland, I Pity the Fool, Joe Simon, 9 Pound Steel, Jerry Butler. Only the strong survive. Man, when I was out there in them fields, I used to sing that song, boy.
Boy.
boy. Only the strong survive. Then These Arms of Mine, Johnny Taylor's I Believe in You, and You Believe in Me. You know, Johnny and Leo were good friends.
Yeah.
Little Milton, I Was Trying Not to Break Down. Percy Sledge, Take time to know her. Good Lord Almighty, I should have remembered that. Take time to know her. It's not an overnight thing. Please don't rush into this thing.
You having flashbacks, son. You having flashbacks,
You
son.
bet your tippet. Oh, my God. Kia Brown, some bridges need burning. Whoops, I can't say that. I'm on the radio. No, I'm not on the radio. So I don't. The whole town needs burning. You know,
The whole town. Yeah.
Yes, Johnny Taylor, getting careless with our love. Oh, boy. Careless. Anyway, I just found these two things, and I'm just so excited. You have to play some of these for me sometime, Pete.
Oh, absolutely, I will. Absolutely. Absolutely. I'll do that.
Oh, okay. Then Jimmy Lewis with That Baby Ain't Black Enough.
Jimmy Lewis.
All right.
That's one of Travis Gardner's favorites there. Jimmy Lewis. Yeah.
Yeah. So it was just, I'm just having a flashback. But callers, I am more than ready for you now. I just had to get that off my heart.
All right, then. All right. Let's go into the heart of Michael Harris. Hello, caller. You're on. Come on. Speak up for me. Speak up for me. Hey, I need you to give me a little more volume.
What about now?
Now you are. See,
I've got old because I got to wear Bluetooth hearing aids now.
Yeah, ma'am, you give us that Barry White. You give us that Barry White.
Hey, Michael, I always remember, long as you have a great personality, you always have a pretty personality, you always be pretty.
Yeah.
Remember that. Remember that and everything. Hey, I was talking to my other big brother Sherman earlier today, and thanks to you, Mike, I've gained two more big brothers with you and Herman Haley and Sherman Smith. Those are also my big brothers now, so which is cool. But I was just talking about, I can't get my mind off this Carmelo Anthony thing because they keep bringing it up, and now this tape is out and everything, and just, sometimes I listen to XM radio talk show because I'm a talk show buff, especially black radio. I don't care about the white radio and everything like that. I can care less. I only try to find anything that's going to them. But one of the ladies is Karen Hunter, listening to her on XM radio, and she put in a word. I don't know if she's one of the crazy, but she always said a word which rings true with white people, and it's called white narcissism. Whereas, whatever stuff is, they're going to believe everything in their favor, and whatever they do wrong isn't wrong. When you look at this Carmelo Anthony thing and all, they justifying this boy getting 35 years and everything, and this fuzzy tape they got going on, and now all of a sudden, they saying a push isn't reasonable for somebody to get their behind stabbed, but the other way around, if a black person would have pushed and been crowded by a group of black guys, and one white boy that was probably, if Metcalf was a different case, would have stabbed him and everything, and he'd probably be walking free right now. Probably wouldn't have been charged. And it's just amazing how this white narcissism has really, 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 gotten bad. When you listen to Twitter and you hear these white people making excuses of particularly this case, and then they want to, reverse the narrative on black people, want to say that we are the ones that are violent and everything like that. Whereas, I had to point out to one of them, I said, you want to call us violent? The whole country that you guys built on was through violence, bringing us here, violently beating and brutalizing and raping us as slaves, and then, after the slavery, Jim Crow and the KKK and police brutality, they inflicted more violence than anybody else on black people, yet still we the violent ones, so. You know, it's crazy, Michael.
Well, evil has been here since the beginning. When you talk about the Garden of Eden, you know, it was Adam and Eve and Paris' cousin, the devil.
My man.
No, but, you know, evil has always been with us, and people have always justified their behavior. One of my friends, Sister Lena White, is from Colfax, Louisiana. And Colfax had one of the largest black attacks. They destroyed, I don't know how many people down there, black people, basically for no reason, just because they could. And unfortunately, the criminal mind, and they try to make it appear that we blacks and browns and other people are the criminals.
Yeah.
But if you look at America's history, look at who the murderers are, the rapists, the robbers. These people raped our great-grandmothers. They probably still raping some of our children today. You know, so they find a way to justify their behavior as saying, well, I guess God, you know, but it's almost like manifest destiny over other human beings. You know, we are the only real human beings. The others don't matter. And when you allow yourself to think that way, you have become a deviant. You're no longer a human being. Your mind is so messed up that you can justify doing almost anything, setting babies on fire, bombing churches and all that sort of stuff, and seeing yourself as a hero. How sick is that? Donald Trump, who has never served a day in the military at all. My brother died as a result of injuries that he received in the military. It took him years for them to kill him, but he damaged his brain years ago. And it just constantly degenerated where it could no longer support his body. Do you think we got a dime for his death? No. Nothing.
No.
They buried him in the VA cemetery. And they paid his medical bills because he was in the VA hospital. But my brother is gone. My sister's gone. I've lost my family because of somebody else's BS war.
And it is still going on today. But you know what? Paris said something earlier that really makes sense. What he said about, you know, no, like black people don't like talking about it, but it's the truth. We do need to stop killing each other over BS in our own neighborhood. You know, we got to stop that because the plan is already, the white plan for black people is this. You know, they want to kill us, or if they don't want to kill us, they want to imprison us, which that equals to eliminating the black people. Us as a people, we don't need to help them out by killing each other over BS or, you know, you look at me wrong, or we get into an argument and you get mad because I win the argument, so you're going to shoot. I don't have to touch you. I don't have to put my hands on you no more. All I got to do is have an argument with you, and then you pull out a gun and shoot me. Which is stupid.
Well, I'll tell you, I ain't going to lie. I did have one Negro I wanted to kill at one time.
I think we all have had. We all have.
We want to pop him for being ignorant, but we can't. And it's
well,
not right.
No, it wasn't worth my life, you know, ruining my life.
That's right.
But I sure wanted to kill that Negro. Remember in that movie he said it aroused him to kill somebody. I really, get that out of your mind.
We think about it, but, you know, we think about the big picture as far as that we need to try to preserve each other. Although we got some that are a little bit more ignorant and crazier than the rest of us and everything like that, but we still have to have that big picture because the plan is all ready to get rid of us, so we don't need to add to the narrative. But sometimes they'll push the button, and then, as far as even the businesses, and like we need to, the thing is, Mike, we need to start, black folks need to start holding each other accountable, and which for some reason we won't hold each other accountable for the BS that we do. Case in point, I went to Vegas last week. I went to this place called Lolo's Chicken and Waffles. Now, black business and stuff like that, and I don't understand why black people create these crazy rules and everything when black people are pressurizing their business. So we go there, and, it's a popular place, and, it's a wait to eat. Instead of all the other restaurants, whereas when you wait for a table, if it's 30 minutes, you can sit outside. You can sit inside and wait. But these people told us, there was empty seats for us to sit and wait. They said we had to sit outside because the inside seats for people to wait were for to-go people, which is kind of ASS backwards because they going to pick up their food and go home. We sitting and waiting. So they had me and my girlfriend and some more black people sitting, waiting in 106-degree heat. You don't hear me? 106 degrees.
I would have told them, "See you later, alligator."
Yeah.
I'm not going to stand in the heat to give you my money. You out of your mind? And let enough people do that, they will change their pattern. But if we go along with it, then they're going to do it.
Yeah.
I ain't paying you to stand out here and sweat.
Yeah, but yet it's still, if I mention somebody on Facebook, man, black folks will jump all on me talking about, oh, you shouldn't talk about black business and stuff like that. But dadgummit, get better with customer service. Stop these BS rules and stuff like that. And exercise customer service. That's simple. Customer service. And that's it. And price gouges. Stop trying to gouge us too. But anyway, Mike, I'll let somebody else talk. Paris, I love you, man.
My God,
I love
man.
You too, Michael.
You my God. All right, man.
All right.
Love for you, bro. Love for you, bro.
When they don't serve you, you serve yourself. You get the hell out. I ain't giving my money to nobody who disrespects me.
Yeah. All right.
I'll find somebody else. Let them fool me. But you ain't going to tell me to my face, you got to go stand out in the heat. And you know what you can do? Anyway,
I can imagine.
Yeah.
I can imagine. All right, Mike. Another caller?
Of course.
Okay. Hello, caller. You're on.
Well, good morning, Michael and Paris.
Hello,
Welcome
sir.
back, Michael.
Hey,
You doing all right?
Hey, Mark.
Oh, hey, Mark.
Right.
I'm tired of meddling.
Oh, I know. Hey, but that guy that just got off, you know what? My thing is that he stated something that with black owners, just follow the policy and rules. If you don't like what we do, a policy, then like you say, just leave. You get what I'm saying? Just go ahead on and go about your business. But at the end of the day, we're talking about black on black crime, but we being held accountable for these crimes. It's crimes in every community, all race. But we're being held accountable. What we arguing about is crimes that are being on us from other people, and the justice system just ain't fair about it. That's what we arguing about. I don't understand why these guys keep coming up, oh, black on black. Yeah, of course, hell, you got to fix everything then. Fix the white on white crime, the Asian crime. You got to fix all of it, man. You get what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, this justice system, we just seen almost 3 or 4 cases where the justice system was nothing fair on people that look like us, y'all. and ain't nobody speaking out, nobody saying nothing. But
we're saying something.
Killed 2 white. Yeah, we saying something. I get you right. We saying something. But when ICE shot and killed 2 white people, and they saw the video, you had the mayor, the governor, the police chief, and everybody come out and said it was unjustified. Why ain't nobody come out and said that for us, Michael? Why we can't get the government to speak like that on we see videos that's unjustified? Why is that?
Well, because they say one thing, they preach one thing, but they live another. If you call yourself a Christian, and we have a lot of different religions, but I am a Christian. But if you call yourself a Christian and you're not opposed to the way that people of different colors are treated in this country, in my opinion, you're a Satanist. You know, you're going to end up in hell based on my belief in God. Now, if God turns out to be a racist, that would be surprising, since the first people that he made looked like me and you. You know, geneticists have proven that all human beings have our genes in them. Our genes. Black genes.
Yeah.
But
You're right.
they choose to try to say that we are the least intelligent. Science has proven, history has proven, that they have stolen our creations, stolen our ideas, and made them theirs because that was their nature. And I'm not saying that white people are inferior. I'm simply saying that we are the root. All of it started through us. And somehow they seem to hate that. And they want to make it so that everything appears to be white. It ain't right.
Well, you're right. But check this out. Is they not only when they turn around and jacking our votes from us and they doing redistricting, they don't want us to vote, this and that. Now we got in the justice system, everybody seeing how the Badger rule come out, how they can strike out black people from jurors. They taking their vote from there. Yeah, they taking everything from us, man. What the hell do they want us to do then? Because at the end of the day, they want us to get out there and handle our own business. You see what I'm saying? Because they just making up the rules. They changing the goalposts. It's just, people are just frustrated. We're upset right now. We are mad.
I have a question for you. Are you married?
Yes. Yes, I am.
You married? Okay.
Yes, I am.
Now, there were kind of like rules established in marriage where the man ran the house. Are you willing to make adjustments and let your wife be your equal?
Well, I look at it this way. She can have...
I didn't hear you.
It don't really matter. I just pay all the bills. That's all I do. I don't even argue with her. You know what I'm saying? I just take care of my business as a man.
Well,
that's all
I'm saying, but I was asking the question because many of us are stuck on tradition. And we like those traditions if they put us in superior positions. So as a man, like I tell my wife, you can do whatever you want to. You're grown. If I get to the point where I feel that what you're doing is hurting me or hurting the family or something, I can't make you do nothing. All I can do is remove myself from you. And the same thing to you. I'm not going to beat you, or try to force you to do what I want. I'll simply move on and try to find someone else who thinks more like I do. But some people kill their wives, beat their wives. Some wives kill their husbands, beat their husbands. We've got to learn to just let it go and move on to another place. Don't wallow in the mire. And when it comes to these people and their attitudes toward us, rather than try to make somebody love you. Remember that song from the Temptations and the Supremes? I think it was, I'm going to make you love me. You can't make nobody love you.
Yeah, I mean, right. That you
just
can't.
have to let them go.
But these people don't love us then. They hate us. They hate us, man. We have the lady from the Houston Police Department, Gonzalez. She came out. She was just happily to say a video that she said how she hated black folks, how she wanted to use the N-word, how she couldn't wait to get back to work the next day so she could arrest us, man. This is
And you know
insane
what?
what's going on right now.
Is she still on the job?
No, she ain't on the job. She better not be on the job. But we got a convicted felon in the White House, 34 convicted felons. And he just doing everything he want to do and everything. We just going to the courts and they got to keep throwing out everything he doing. So this is a pattern of what they trying to do, man. These people trying to take their country back. That's what they say it. So when they say that, what you mean? What they mean? They trying to go back to the image. They trying to go back to whatever they want to do to us. We need to come up with a strategy, man. We got to come up with something because right now, hey, people just putting their hands on us and doing things they want to do to us. And justice systems ain't. It's showing across the world it ain't right, man.
I think that we have a lot of responsibility in that because I'm not picking on anyone, but our well-educated, the Paris Eleys of the world, got to tell us all those things that we don't know. Ain't that right there?
I'm listening. I got a lot of things I need to be told myself. I got a lot of things I need to be told myself. I'm learning too.
That's what I'm talking about. We have to be educated about this system and learn how to manipulate it the way that they do. And I don't know why Democrats have always, well, now I won't say Democrats, because Southern Democrats weren't crap. But Democrats, modern, are supposedly trying to lift us up. But we have to know how this game is played and play it with us. I told you some people came after me. I ran into some trouble, and my bank account got compromised and all that. Then all of a sudden everybody's asking me to pay money they know I don't have. And I tried to explain to them. They didn't want to listen. They want to hassle me. I got 3 words for them. Do what you got to do. No, that's 4 words.
Well, speaking of the Democrats, remember this would, we could be protected if, remember the John Lewis bill was trying to pass, and we had 3 Democrats wouldn't even, when it came to us, they just wouldn't agree with it. But any other race, anybody else, the whole House, they just go on and pass the bill. But if you want to pass something for us, and then we got the numbers to do it, because that's what Mitch McConnell said. Hell, if you got the numbers, you're good. If you ain't got it. We had it to protect us. And them doggone no good stink Democrats that were sitting in our thinking they represent us, and right when we had a deal to get ready to pass, 3 of them turned around and said they can't agree with it. This is just mess, man. That's all I'm saying.
But you don't know what they had on them, big fella. You don't know what they had on them.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Or what they promised them.
Well, they had that Epstein file. They had them Epstein files on, because Trump said, I'm going to make a phone call. And do you want me to release it? He said, okay, I'm going with you. See, that's what I'm saying. This is the democracy that we got right now. A convicted felon in the White House, got a lot of stuff on a lot of people. Oh, yeah, we got problems still. We got some problems. Thank y'all. I appreciate it.
All right. Okay. Okay, thank you. Got another caller. Hello, caller. You're on.
Good afternoon, Michael. Since it's my first time calling you, welcome back. You've been back, a week or something? Anyway, I consider you the master of radio. So I want to start by asking you a couple questions, since you're the godfather of radio, in my opinion, and my terms, okay? How can I know when someone is saying something just for effect, a host that really believes in what he's saying, or just playing the radio audience, Mike? Give me some tips.
I don't play with people, so if you're asking me,
not you. Okay.
Okay.
No.
Now, how do you tell? You look at their lives, see what they're doing. It's one thing to talk something, Now, if the preacher is preaching to you about not fornicating, but he has girlfriends out in the congregation, I found out one time I was dating one of the preacher's girlfriends, and he came at me hard. I didn't tell his wife, though. I wasn't going to do that to her.
Got you. But as you're aware, in radio, people, callers, can hide behind the phone, okay? They can say anything. You never meet them, in other words. You might know a few, but
it's not about meeting them. It's not about them. It's about the ideas. And that's what we discuss here, not the people. The
question was, so the question was, and your answer was, I'm confused. I'm confused. How do I personally, sitting on my derriere, listening to a radio talk show, know who's being real and who's not? Remind me again what your answer? Do
I? I have a question for you.
Oh, okay,
Did
sure.
you know that? Because it's an answer to your question. Are you a Christian?
Yes.
Okay. Do you believe the Bible?
Yes.
Why?
Because I have read other books and I've explored what it says, and ultimately I make a choice to believe in it.
Okay. Well, I'll put okay, you made a choice to believe in it. Now, you do know that black people were not allowed to go to white churches, right? Brown people, I don't think were allowed to go to white churches. Only white people went to white churches, right? Where in the Bible does it say that racial segregation is the way to go? Where does it say in the Bible that white people are supreme and that they are deserving of everything and they are the creators of everything and all the rest of us are supposed to kiss their behinds and do whatever they say do? Where is that?
Okay, I'm going to please be straight and answer honestly everything and eventually get my answer that it does.
Well, I am answering your question.
Yeah.
I'm answering your question.
I'm just saying that I'm having a good dialogue here, and I interjected that. Sorry about that. I'll answer your question honestly. No, in my interpretation, it doesn't.
Okay, but they think that way of us. I can't tell you the number of times I've been called the N-word and told I don't belong somewhere, that I'm not worthy simply because of the color of my skin. Those same people go to church and say they love God, and they lie about our history. When I went to Israel and the Middle East, and I saw a lot of the, I guess you could say, the history there, and I saw all those black people with their noses knocked off because people didn't want to admit that great civilizations of blacks existed before great civilizations of whites. But they simply do it because they can. We don't do it because most of us seem to have better hearts. They paint us as the criminals, but who is the criminal?
I comprehend what you're saying so far. Continue, sir.
Okay, and for blacks and browns and anybody who's not white, you have suffered from their white supremacist attitudes. Those that happen to be supremacists, there are a lot of good white people in the world, but the bad ones are the ones. They're the ones who mess up stuff. But then they stereotype us by the worst blacks, the worst browns, the worst yellows. They're always highlighted. But the ones of us who are outstanding citizens, even like President Obama, you see how they try to vilify him and Mrs. Obama. Anybody black, they vilify, unless they're Clarence Thomas. Sis?
I'm listening.
Okay, that's it. I'm just saying. I thought I was answering your question in terms of how do we deal with it. We have to call a spade, and racism still is supreme in the United States of America. When you can have a person like Donald Trump be elected president and being put in charge of the military when he claimed he had bone spurs and didn't have to go. You know, my brother served in the military, and I told you he died as a result of injuries that he received in the military years later because they just kept coming back. I don't know what they did to him. But my brother died for this country.
Right. Yes, I heard you earlier with the previous caller. Yeah. Okay, I'll accept my not properly questioning. I'll ask Paris. Paris understood what my question was.
Well, don't forget, tomorrow is another day. We'll still be here. It's almost 1 o'clock. And, you know, when Mr. Cooper comes in, you know how these old grumpy men are. You don't want no trouble out of it.
Last question. You sound, according to what I hear, pessimistic about the future. Is that true?
I'm not pessimistic. No, I'm not pessimistic about the future. I'm 74 years old. I'm not feeling that well these days. My age is starting to show. And I know that most of the people in my family die by the age of 80. So I know that I, probably have, at the most, maybe, 6 years. None of us have really gotten past that for some reason. My sister just died a few months ago, and heck, she was only approaching 70. I think she was 65. So, yes, my mortality is a part of my of my mindset.
You're
and my
okay,
body.
And I was referring to not your future, but the country. Anyway, thanks for your answers, Mike. I'll ask Paris heard me. I'll call you tomorrow.
And I'm not, and I hope I don't sound like I'm hostile because I'm not. I'm just. It's concession time. We just have to call a spade a spade.
Good question, though, because there's a lot of room to work with. A lot of room to work with in that question. So remember it tomorrow. Remember it tomorrow.
I'll remind you the exact question.
Yeah,
thank you, Michael.
Yeah. I think Mike answered it excellently. Yeah. Okay. Well,
Is Mr. Cooper's in the house?
Oh,
yet?
he just yeah.
Does he have any hair today?
No, he's not. Hold on, so we can go on for another minute or two here.
Okay. Well, I know he had to go in the bathroom.
Hello, caller.
Get us.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm not even
Michael?
sure it was him. I might be hearing things. Go ahead.
How you doing, Uncle P and Michael?
Good.
Hey.
You know what, brother? He means well. I believe. He said pessimistic for the future. Well, all nations rise and all nations have their fall. In America, definitely showing that she's in a right now. She's definitely on her way to a fall. And in time, you just can't stop that, man. I mean, nations got to come to an end at some point in time. So, pessimistic for the future. Hell, when you see at the rate that they're traveling, you don't have no future like this. But this is what I call for, Mike. For 471 years, whites, Asians, and other communities has plugged up to the black community economic power plant for years, only to be called out today as the new financial oppressors in America. And we are being very, very bad people because we are finally taking back what belongs to us, and that's our own natural resources. You yourself, and every black person that hears the sound of my voice, you have been nothing but the natural resources for everybody else. They've been sucking and pumping from you for over 400 years. Now because you want to take back your economic power, now you're the very, very bad wolf now. Give me a break. I mean, and also, y'all, I really don't believe with them talking about only 13 people died over there. Do you know how many times they said that the American bunkers and stuff have been hit over there? But then they still telling us, well, it's only 13 people hit. And I think, but they saying that died, but they don't tell you about injury. So how many American soldiers have really been hit or killed over there? See, you're dealing with a bunch of liars and cover-uppers here. And then also, and lastly, that old $14 million reflection pool disaster, they got one man that they trying to say that he tampered with the pool. No. That pool is 2,029 feet. How can one man contaminate the whole pool, y'all? No, answer that for me.
Well, it was all about Trump paying somebody off. Whoever did the work must have had something on him, because it makes no sense. You don't want to feed children. You don't want to improve streets and lighting and flood retention and all that, and all the problems that we have, and he's focused on a pool.
Yeah.
He has the money to buy his own dadgum pool.
At first, it started off as 1.2 or 1.46 $1 million deal. Then it jumped up to $14 million. And then the pool is green, so it's supposed to be in blue. So, you know, when you mix in colors, yellow and blue make green, right? Stupid. So everything they doing, y'all, is gonna always, as I said, from the very beginning of his administration, is all gonna crumble right there in front of his face. Yeah, all it is just another form of being in hell. But that's all I call to say, Mike.
Yeah, but that money is now in somebody else's hands. Are they gonna have to give back the money since that stuff didn't work? Now, if it were somebody black, they'd be putting us on trial for embezzlement.
Yeah, right,
for
exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, because stuff didn't do what it was supposed to do.
Right.
But since it's a Trumpite, you know, he got the money. That's all it is just a big exchange of money, making sure that white people who support him stay rich and powerful, and those of us who do not, they don't.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. That's the reason why it's all crumbling. Like I say, just sit back, get your popcorn, and watch it crumble.
All right. We're gonna tap out. You got one other. You got one other, Mike.
Okay.
Yeah.
As long as Mr. Coop ain't here, I don't want.
No, Coop's not here.
Okay.
Good.
Marco, Kute, Harris, Kente, hey, stop playing the same old song over and over again, Michael. Say, tell it like it is. Come on, man. Look,
Hey, Bobby Ray. Bobby Ray.
And
Bobby,
Michael,
let me ask you a quick question.
There's no record for you no more. I told him to play. Michael Jackson, they really don't care about us. He said, I can't do that.
I will, but I can't do it with YouTube on, Bobby. I can't do it with YouTube, Bobby, because then you wouldn't hear it anyway, because that's when they would take it down for licensing infringement. Okay, so go ahead, Michael.
Just like a doggone
you can go ahead.
Christopher Adams, man. I wish, Michael, you would tell us the rest of the story about Christopher Adams. They didn't want to tell you that Christopher Adams was a drunkard and he was a welder. And one time he got drunk, he said, we tired of them white folks coming from England with them red suits on as a part-time job. They come and taking the job, and then we ain't got no job, and we ain't gonna take it no more. And we gonna go out there and they didn't have no gun, Michael. So they just shot Christopher Adams dead. What's wrong with that big Negro? They just shot him dead, man. And so why didn't y'all tell us that story? But Christopher Adams was saying that we tired of white police, bootlegging and taking our jobs away from us.
Yeah.
You know, just because we the side piece. And as a side piece, Michael, have a better attitude.
Well, Bobby Ray, I appreciate you, and you know I love you. And if I'm cynical or sound cynical, it's because I've had to face the things that I've talked about. I went to Turner High School up in Carthage. I wanted to be a journalist. because I loved Walter Cronkite and Howard K. Smith and all of those guys. And then we finally got Max Robinson. But one of the
Yes,
things
sir.
that I did not know was that the amount of training that one should have. At Turner, we had 12 typewriters. 12. 11 of them were manual. And you had one electric typewriter that you could use when you got to be a senior. You couldn't take typing until you were a junior. And then in the senior year, you learned to use that electric typewriter. I left after, the 11th grade and went over to Carthage High. And I wanted to take typing. And I went in, and they told me to load the paper and all that sort of stuff. And I told them I've never used an electric typewriter before. You have a manual type? Oh, we don't have manual typewriters here. But that's what they had for the Negroes. 11 manual typewriters. They had 30 or 40 electric typewriters. So I had to start with typing over again, learning how to use an electric one. But thank God I was at Carthage High where they had them. Because when I got to college, I didn't know a whole bunch that they had available at Carthage High that they didn't have available over at Turner High, the colored school. Man, the games these people play with economics and how they play with our futures, they were purposefully not educating us as fully as we needed to be in order to capitalize on this system. And it's still going on today. And we have to talk about it. If your black schools are equal to the white schools, if they have the same teachers and all that, then you should be getting similar outcomes from your teachers. They should be putting those efforts in. Well, in my day, they weren't putting those efforts in. We had great teachers. They simply didn't give us anything to work with. And then our Spanish teacher didn't speak Spanish, Paris.
Yeah, well, actually, yeah. That wasn't my Spanish. I didn't take Spanish. I took a German, and I didn't have an original German teacher. Yeah. I just thought it was something I thought it was a class I could sleep through, but turns out they wanted to be serious. I was in Portsmouth, Virginia. I didn't have any thought that I'd ever. Not even Hogan's that was even before Hogan's Heroes, that I'd ever have any.
But Paris, they had all electric typewriters.
Well, see,
and we had nothing but manual typewriters. How is that separate but equal?
Well, you and I had this going for us, Michael. Against us, you might say. They thought you and I were born just a little after electricity. You and I were born just a little after electricity. We barely beat electricity. Yeah.
Hey, guys.
Yeah.
I know by now you guys, you're telling them to ask you, and what do y'all really want?
You go in the cafeteria, and they have one meal. Either you choose from that or you don't eat, if you don't bring a sandwich.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they had all kinds of things, ice cream and cookies and all that. Man, the white school was marvelous, simply marvelous, except for the people.
Yeah. Hey, man, so
yes,
y'all just a side piece. Okay. Hey, man, and just remember, that was a time when music had a meaning. So, hey, I love you, man. Go ahead and say, what do y'all really want? Bye.
Everybody remembers that story, Michael. What do y'all want? I gave you 65 cents an hour. What do y'all want? Oh boy, who was that? Benson, wasn't it? Was that Benson? That who was that?
I may have missed that episode.
No, when you when.
You maybe talking about Amos and Andrew, baby.
No, I'm talking about you and the politician when he said, "We've already done this to y'all. What do you want?"
That was Lloyd Benson.
Yeah,
Lloyd Benson.
yeah.
Senator Benson.
Yeah.
Just love it. How could I forget it?
Yeah, that story stays with me.
And guess what, Paris?
What's
the
that?
Negro started telling me, don't pay him any attention.
Oh, yeah.
What?
Oh, yeah, you could expect that. Why are you here making trouble? Yep, I had that. Yep, I had that happen. I've had that happen a couple of times.
I'm not making trouble. I'm trying to raise issues that need to be dealt with.
Yeah.
I just found out, I'm 74 years old. I did not know, and I don't blame anybody, it's my lack of knowledge, that at 65, if I told them I was 65, I wouldn't have to be paying all these property taxes I'm paying.
Yeah.
Yeah. So here it is, 9 years later, I got a call down there today and say, hey, I haven't paid my taxes yet, and I want my over 65 exemption. I wonder how much money I paid that I didn't have to pay.
Yeah.
Lack of knowledge.
Yeah.
And I don't blame anybody. I'm just telling you the stuff is there, but nobody shares it with us.
Yeah, absolutely.
Don't you think the county should have sent out something? Now, if you're 65 or over, because I know you've been paying taxes a long time, Mr. Harris, we can save you some money. They taking my money. They've been taking my money for 10 years.
All of that's in the fine print. Fine print.
And most of us don't look at the fine print. Is Mr. Cooper there yet? Because I want to say hello to Mr. Cooper.
No, he hasn't come in. Hold on a minute. Let me do my famous yell. No, he's not.
Ralph Cooper.
Yeah, he's...
King of Wild Frontier. There was a Ralph Cooper who was a movie star.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
that's really Ralph.
Oh yeah. Ralph Cooper was a famous name. I mean, it's a long remembered name. It was affiliated with the Apollo as well. You've got another caller. Hello, caller.
Hey, Top Jock.
Yo.
Yeah, man. I was listening to you, and it reminds me of that the thing about the guy, the ancient mariner. He had that millstone around his neck, weighing him down. Seems like that's your sentiment, Mike. I mean, are you ever going to forgive these guys, or are you just going to stay disgruntled?
I have a question. Are they worthy of forgiveness?
Well, people say they're Christian. I mean, I can't operate like that on a day-to-day basis.
No. Okay, I have a question. Well, maybe I should ask the question a different way. Am I supposed to lie about what has happened in this country in order to make them feel better? That's why I asked. Have things really changed that much? Our black schools are still underfunded. They shut down so many of them. So have they done anything that makes them worthy of being forgiven? Have they asked for forgiveness? Have they done reparations?
Well, I'm a reparations guy. Yeah.
Okay, but see, you're questioning me about I haven't oppressed anybody. I'm a feminist.
Yeah,
I'm a daddy.
okay. Well, I can accept that. I mean, I'm not arguing that side of the equation. I'm arguing your response to it.
Well, and I'm telling you that there's no argument. I do not hate white people. I hate the actions and the mindset of racist whites. But I don't hate them. I pray for them. But am I going to lift them up and forgive them when they continue to do the same things? No. We will continue to talk about it. Will I assault them? No. I will only verbalize and let them know that you ain't fooling me. You are exploiting us. And if that offends you, I'm sorry.
But I'm
No,
not going to
that's-
just
I mean,
sit
that's
back
your
and say,
position.
yes, sir, boss.
Yeah, boy. No, I'm just, I think conditions, certainly you would accept the idea that today is different from, when you were, 20 years ago or 30 years ago.
Well, I'll put it like this, big fella. Were you here when I won Top Jock?
Yes, I listened to it on the station. I think I voted for you.
Okay. Did you hear the outcry? The stuff that they had newspaper articles telling why I wasn't really the top jock. Have you ever seen something like that before?
Yeah,
Would they
we had it
do
in the
that too?
presidential. We had it in the presidential election.
Right, for black folks.
No, I'm saying if a person's saying that the results they don't accept. Isn't that what
And
you're
who was
saying? That some people didn't think you won. They were saying it.
Oh
they didn't
no,
accept
they
it.
knew I won. They said I wasn't really that didn't mean anything, and they named the white jocks who were better than I.
Well, I don't know.
Stuff
I don't
like
know
that.
I don't know what. I think it was just based on voting. Then they try to recharacterize it. But yeah, that's my point. Are you gonna, you're gonna carry this disgruntledness, that comes across?
No, that's not disgruntlement, man. That is truth. How many times do you get people writing articles about somebody who really shouldn't have won? Look how many, like Donald Trump shouldn't have won. Have they wrote any articles about him being a scumbag and that he shouldn't be president of the United States? He's not really that thing. Have you seen those articles? Maybe in a black newspaper.
I've heard the conversation.
I said, have you seen the article?
It's a continuous conversation on this channel.
You know what? I tell you what, why don't you go and listen to those white people who obviously have your mind and leave people like me alone? Why don't you go do that?
I get, you said you want honesty.
No,
Mike,
I'm just telling you the truth because you want to paint an issue that is not true. I did not write those articles that showed up in the newspaper. The newspaper people, and it was primarily the Post. The Chronicle had the contest, and everything went well until I won, and then all of a sudden the Post started writing negative articles about us.
Did they take your trophy
now,
back?
if a white person had won, they wouldn't have written that stuff. Any white person would have won. They wouldn't have gone back and said that he wasn't really the top jock. And if you accept that as acceptable, that's on you. But you are not going to get me to say what you believe is right to me. That was wrong.
No, I came on the station saying hello, top jocks. I'm not sure what you're saying. Like, I mean, just because.
Well, but you're questioning me about what I said about it. And after that, it was supposed to be a yearly competition. There was so much negativity to it that a Negro won. They never had the contest again. I'm not mad at the Houston Chronicle. When their primary sponsors are white people. And
maybe
this
that's
Negro
the
won.
answer to your question.
What?
Would you just say that they dealt with their economic interests versus their contest?
And it has always been in their economic interest to suppress us. We are sacrificed every day, things that we earned, because there were a lot of things that were supposed to go along with that. But because of the outcry from the people at the Post and other racists out there, there has been no top jock contest since then. Now, when you lose something, do you automatically... So if I went to the Super Bowl and lost, if I were nominated and I lost, and then what do we say, always next year? They said, quote the Raven, nevermore. We won't put a Negro in that position anymore, a chance to win. So they just outlawed it. I'm not saying the people at the Chronicle made that decision simply based on race, but they saw the negative return.
And many of the things that I was supposed to do and be involved in, they were not done because people did not obviously want me. And maybe it was just me. Maybe if it had been Paris, they would have been more accepted. I don't know. But all I know is that because of my blackness, that was the end of that. And if you don't consider that racism, you don't consider it racism. I do.
No. I'm asking. You got. I guess the answer is you're not going to be able to get past it. I got that. Yeah. Okay.
Get past what? Get past what?
Well, I don't know. Maybe somebody didn't shake your hand or something. I don't know. Whatever you say.
No. But what am I not past? Are you past slavery? Are you saying that because it was in the past, it was okay?
No, my response to it though is what I'm asking you about.
You're not responding to it. You responded to me.
No, I'm saying
you asked me a question about me.
I'll deal with your question. And you asked me about slavery. I said,
okay. Well, maybe Paris can give you a better answer than me. Help me out, Pete.
I can't.
I got to deliver it.
Oh,
hey, Paris.
Yeah. Okay.
Hey, listen, I had this conversation earlier, and I encourage people to talk plainly, Mike. So, I hope you don't misunderstand me. But I am speaking to you clearly about what I'm hearing. Okay, and I think that's the best approach.
All right. So, Mike. Oh no, Mike has a delivery. So perhaps tomorrow, coffee. Perhaps tomorrow.
No doubt. And Sarah, the coffee will still be black.
It's strong. Talk with you later. Okay.
Enjoy your day, brother.
All right. We are the sauce. Hello, caller. You're on. Let's see if I can.
Sound like it's some cream on the inside of that coffee. Man, look how to get that damn dump butt. But Mike gone?
I'm here.
Mike has a delivery, but he's here. He's here.
Oh,
I just wanted to get the next. I just wanted to get the next. I wanted to end that call so we can get to this call.
Well, let me get this out the way before I get into the foolishness. Mike, you may want to ask for a refund. I don't know if you're eligible for a refund for those tax years you paid into, because I know darn well if you would have passed away and Alexandria would have took over your home and then tell them you passed away, and they learned that you passed away 10 years ago, they would bag them taxes up on them.
Okay. Well, I have my tax man who happens to be a friend of Alessandra's. He's going to help me try to get that straightened out. But I'm more concerned about this guy and the Top Jock thing. The way they promoted that, and it was supposed to be yearly.
Yeah,
and then after a Negro wins, then it's just wiped off the map, and they don't think that's unusual.
Yeah,
some people just apologize.
Some people just apologize for them people. Let me say this, Mike, and I've had the same experience you had with my employer, where we moved from the Pearland area to the Channelview area because we bought and acquired another company, and they were supposed to give us a stipend or toll passes. Well, they did it for certain people of a certain hue, right? And then when I confronted them with the evidence, then they said they just gonna quit giving it to everybody. Hell, I never got it.
Did the other ones come to you and say, now look what you've done? You ruined it for all of us.
No, because most of them was in management and most of them was supervision, and not all of them now, but all of them was of a different hue, right?
Yeah.
And but that's very insulting for the caller to call up and talk about, are you gonna forgive these people? Or apologize to these people? Man, look, miss me with all that, because it's just like asking a rapist or a rape victim to apologize to her perpetrator.
I don't know. I didn't hear him say apologize though. Now I could have missed it because I didn't get the entire conversation.
But it's going down that road.
Yeah.
It shouldn't even be on the same road. These people have
Because-
consistently accosted us for 471 years. And you want us to get past that and apologize? Now, you don't hold on to it, but at the same time, man, bump them people.
Well, Paris, what you need to know, and you went around then, was that I was also supposed to be their, I guess you could say, their MC for their various events.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know some things came with it. Deloitte and I talked about it too. Because I came here shortly after that.
Guys.
Okay. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
And because of the outcry, I was supposed to be on Regis and Kathy Lee. They called New York saying he may have won that contest, but he wasn't really the top job. And what did CBS say? Well, it seems like there's a controversy going on. We don't want to be involved in a controversy. And what they didn't want to do is have to side with the Negro.
Yeah. They wanted to be neutral in that. Got another caller here.
But why? Because I won.
Hey, good afternoon, Paris.
Yeah. Hey, hold on a minute. Hold on.
So because they are in all kinds of controversy with Trump, they don't stop him from coming. Why couldn't I come? That was a part of the package. They just decided, Negro won. Well, that's the end of that.
Well, the truth is, the moment teaches us a lot about values, because people can devalue a thing. I'm watching it right now with people devaluing health degrees, health certifications. Isn't it a weird thing that during a time when you need more health care takers than ever, that the Department of Education or somebody acting under its auspices says, given the cue by this current administration, well, we're going to devalue the nursing degree. We're going to devalue. It's not going to mean what it used to mean. That because people can devalue what you have, they can depreciate your value. So the only person to fight back against that depreciation is really you, because it's like they can strip you of a rank, they can strip you of a title, but what they cannot strip you of is your personal dignity. So yeah, they devalue things. That's what that's intended to do that. That's what demotions are intended to do, to make you feel you are not worth it any longer, you know? So they do that. They did that. Well, if a black guy won it, it must not be worth much. You follow that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Then, they wanted to devalue it.
And then we have Negroes who feel like it's okay.
Yeah,
it is okay. I wasn't looking for anything anyway.
Yeah.
But damn, you just shut it off because I'm black? And there's no outcry from the black community? I'm not saying that I wanted them to outcry, but when we talk about it, all I'm saying is, hell, what's the use of us running if they can just take it away? They took away the 18th congressional district. You happy about that? Their moves are not positive moves.
Yeah.
Anyway, you got another caller?
Yeah, I do, Mike. Hold on. Hello, caller. You're on.
Hey, good afternoon, Mike and Paris.
What's up? What's good?
Hey,
how are you?
I'm good, man. You remember a long time ago, the first, I believe, was American Idol, and it came down to Ruben Studdard, the next coming of Luther Vandross.
Yep. Ruben Studdard.
And Clay Aiken, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Clay Aiken, and they gave him a tie, in that, and clearly Ruben Studdard was the better singer, but they made it a tie, so it just seemed like that was the first one of all of American Idols they had after that. So it's just something that it was racial to me. I felt like that was racial, and Mike, as far as what that guy was talking about, man, he always deflects from answering questions that Paris imposed to him. He just beat around the bush, man. And we listened to him and hear him a lot, you know. And I heard you earlier. It seemed like you rattled Texas Mike a little bit, you know, because you put it on him, Mike. I said, get him, Mike. You know, that's what's up, man. And I'm glad to hear you back on the radio, man. And God bless you, bro.
Well, but why do we have people defending wrong so much?
Hey, man, you know, it's just like the past election. Everybody clearly know who's supposed to be in office, man, but that was a good punch right there. And the country turned, man. And they took away voting rights, women's rights, they taken, and they ain't through with the 2025 project yet, you know. We got 2 more years of this, you know. So, hey, man, the Supreme Court is compromised. Clarence Thomas and the other 5 people that's with him that, you know, vote on matters that been already put in law, and everything was taken away. It just dismantled in this country, man. And I guess everybody wants this country to be run by white folks for the rest of their life, man. You know, I don't. You know, it
Why
ain't.
in the
You know,
hell would everybody want that? We've seen what they do or can do.
Yeah, they got a history of it, man. They murdered, killed, and you know they ain't taken away everything since they came to this country by murdering people, you know, and you know taking their land. You know, it's just and it's documented in its history. You know, Wall Street, Wilmington, I think that's Wilmington, South Carolina, Rosewood, and a lot of other places, man, that black people have started, you know, building businesses and, you know, had their own thing going, you know. So we got 2 more years of this craziness. And he already talking about dropping bombs on these people in Iran. You know, there's a war that never should have started, you know. And we have this point now in America, well, some people, like Coffee, think white people should run this country. That's me saying that, you know. That's what I heard from him.
No, from who?
That's all I got to say, Mike. I'm listening to y'all.
No, but who said that white people ought to run America?
I believe Coffee think he thinks that way. That why not let white people run this country? You know, in his heart, I think that's what he thinks.
Okay, well, you know, he has the right to believe whatever he wants, but I'd rather have a decent human being running our country, one who believes in that stuff that's in that Constitution. What does it say? Liberty and justice for all? They didn't say all white people.
The Pledge of Allegiance, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they still consider us 3/5 of a human being too. You know, they didn't take that out of the Constitution. You know, in the Webster Dictionary, they, you know what they said about the N word in the Webster Dictionary. They still had that in there for a long time. You know.
Well, I tell you what, they love having sex with our women. So they must see us as human beings. And our women love having sex with our men. So they must see us as human beings, but they just don't want to have us being equal, I guess.
Hey, that's where the hate come in, right? That's the hate. That's why they hate us so much, Mike.
Why?
Because we black and we survive through all the stuff that our ancestors came from, and we are where we are right now, and we still living on this earth, man, and we gotta keep on pushing forward, man. You know, we're going to make it work, you know, because we got to vote this November. Even the all the threats that I ain't scared of that, you know what I'm saying? I'm going to vote, you know. I'm gonna cast my battle like I've been doing for 48 years. I'm going to still get out there and vote, Mike.
Oh, yeah, we have to vote. We have to vote, and we have to vote on principles. And what is it? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God. Now, see, but they didn't say the white God. Now they're determining which gods we can worship as well. It has to be the white God with liberty and justice for all. And
I didn't know God was white, though.
Yes, I was going to say, I didn't know God was white either. But they have painted him thus. And again, when you go to Egypt and you see all those black faces with their noses knocked off, the paintings of black people all over that land, that they have the ability to control the books that are published here, that are in the schools, so they represent everybody that has been, I guess you could say, done something that is spectacular. They are painted as being white or whitish.
I will add this to the conversation because it gives some little, no pun intended, a little color to the commentary here. They didn't add that until 1954. I thought that was interesting. It happened under Dwight Eisenhower when really we were going back and forth. There was always a racial thing. Now, that's the same year of Brown versus Board, you may recall, right? And it was the year, civil rights have been going on for a long time. But in the 50s, they had begun to talk of, in the 40s, late 40s, early 50s, they were having hearings, the House Un-American Activities Committee, and they were concerned with Paul Robeson and others. And so they began to talk about civil rights workers as being communist, non-God believers was what they called them. They are and godless communists. That was the word, and that became the buzzword. So if you worked in the NAACP, they were communist organizations. If you were, so the use of that phrase "under God" was a signal that there were other people out there in some of these civil rights organizations who were communists, meaning they were godless. So that is part of that historical context, and it happened under Dwight Eisenhower because the John Birch Society and others were pushing the whole God idea that the communists were godless, and hence civil rights people were being taken over by the communists. That was one of the allegations that they hurled at all of those people in Mississippi and Dr. King specifically.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, who was?
Yeah.
We would be considered communists talking right now.
Right now. Yeah. You hear it on the air sometimes. Now some of them have learned the word socialist, and so now they use that. But communist is a real go-to. When you ask some of them about socialism, they'll tell you it's communism.
What about this word woke?
But that,
what is woke?
Well,
I do have a question.
I think the Sanders will start that.
When they started giving land to the settlers, was that communism? Was that socialism? Because they gave it to whites, but they didn't give it to blacks. and they took it from the Reds and the Browns.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Right.
That was the state taking
what was
power.
that?
That was communism. That was the state taking power, the state taking land. That's what that was.
Taking from indigenous people
Yeah.
and giving it to people who migrated over here.
Mm-hmm.
And just because they were not Caucasian or from England or Europe, and they were able to bring in slaves. That's a real great Christian nation, you know. They believe in chattel slavery. How can they say they're a nation under God with liberty and justice for all? I guess.
What about
we weren't
the
human
museum
beings.
in Washington D.C.? Do they still have that museum open? The Black Museum.
It was
They got it in
something that
DC.
they did. You know what? That's a good question because I know I know they made changes to the one in Philadelphia, but they did
took down all-
they did make some changes to the one in Washington. I'll just have to find out what they were. But yeah, they did make some change under the Trump administration. Let me see if I can find out
Well, anything under the Trump administration wasn't good.
He ordered the president. He being the president of the United States, ordered a review of the National Museum of African American History and Culture to remove exhibits deemed divisive or critical of American history. This directive has sparked fierce debate and concerns among historians over the potential censorship of Black history. And this in 2025, he signed an executive order, and the targeted exhibits were specifically flagged museum content that identified attributes like the nuclear family and work ethic as white qualities, as well as exhibits heavily focused on the systemic cruelty of slavery in favor of promoting narratives of American greatness. So, and there are others there. Here's one.
Wow.
The museum maintains that the removal of certain artifacts, like Harriet Tubman's hymnal and a cloth made by enslaved people, is part of their normal artifact rotation process. Critics and lawmakers suggest the changes were expedited by the impending executive order. So, and then, you know, once you give an order like that, people start policing themselves, right? So they'll take it out. They'll take it out. People begin policing themselves and removing things. All you have to do is set the tone, and the people who report to you know what will get them rewarded and promoted and singled out. So they'll start doing those things that they know you want done.
Right. Hey, let me ask you one more question. What was the restaurant I heard early on in the program where they had customers standing outside in 163 Temple? What was the name of that restaurant? I didn't catch the name.
I did not either. Michael, do you recall what the name of the restaurant was? It was that was X speaking. Right? That was X talking about being at one of those places. I don't know.
The only place that I know that had lines like that was at the Turkey Leg Hut at one time. Of course, they're out of business. And the other is the Breakfast Club, because those are the two most popular ones.
Was
now,
he talking
when it comes
about
to clubs? I know nothing. I don't drink. I can't dance. I'm married.
Well, look, here's the deal. I thought he was talking about maybe since the soccer thing had been here, I didn't know whether he was talking in that context or not. But then I heard him say something about service, and that kind of threw me. So I thought maybe he was talking about a standard place that does that quite often. But I think if it would have been just a soccer thing, he would have brought that up. You know.
And they shut James Harden's club down, didn't they? A restaurant down.
I don't
Don't
know.
tell me you never went, P, because I know you got the money to go.
No. I'm long past the celebrity thing. I want my food and my service done right.
It's gonna be kind of pricey.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for taking my call.
All right.
Well, thank you for calling. Thank you so much for listening. And for your civility.
Okay. All right. Maybe we'll make this one the last caller, Mike. We got one more. Okay. Hello, caller. You're on.
Yeah, guys, she was talking about a restaurant in Las Vegas, and Lola was, it wasn't here.
Oh, okay, good.
I'm a good listener, you know that.
Okay, all right, thanks, Mike. He said he was talking about Texas Mike says he was talking about a restaurant in Las Vegas. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I haven't been to Las Vegas for a long time.
But look,
I think the last time I was there, George was fighting Tommy Morrison.
Yeah.
And I've never had good luck with slots and all that sort of stuff. And so I just stay in my own groove. Me.
Yeah. High roller land.
Oh, yeah, right. And don't forget, Ralph told the story about me being stuck in that hotel with Wells and Buffalo and God knows who else.
Yeah, right.
Up in Atlantic City. Yeah. And I did ask you, Ralph, you're not going to leave me with these guys, are you?
But you know something, Michael, we were talking just then, and here in the Hill today, I wasn't looking for this. Let me check the date. Oh, I see. I must have clicked back to it somehow. And it says Trump changes to Black History exhibits spark fears of self-censorship, loss of information. So, and that's on a page that I wasn't on, but I guess when I pulled it up about museums, it just, the algorithm carried me there, if that's the right term. Yeah. Okay.
Well, of course, the Nazis wanted to make Hitler a hero.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
American conservatives want to make Trump a hero.
Yeah.
Something says, well, he's a convicted racist, but it wasn't criminal. He had to pay the lady money. If he'd been black, he'd be in prison now.
Yeah.
Or 6 feet under. But, you know, it is what it is. God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the light.
With the light from above.
From above, yeah. From the mountains to the prairies to the oceans, white with foam. And many of us are thrown in those oceans.
Lot of beer drinkers.
God bless America. It's my home.
Yeah.
My home, sweet home. Man, you know what I really miss, though? It's just regular old television. I wish I had a television antenna like we had when I was up in the country. And I could just watch TV. Everything they have now, it seems like it's just out. They give you a few shows, and you got to pay for everything now. Like they don't get advertising dollars.
And I still
everybody wants money.
And I still wind up going to 3 or 4 channels. It's like, yeah. I mean, you know, it's more entertaining to play with the remote than it is to watch the TV show. You know, It's like, ooh, what does this little dial do? What does this button do? They don't have dials anymore. What does this button do when you press it? It's fascinating to watch.
More.
Yeah, right.
Confusing more. So, what? Anything happening that we should be on the lookout for?
Oh yeah, man. Look, well, I guess the polite thing to do, the logical thing to do, was to let me answer to let you finish your question, because you might have been going a place where I don't know. You were saying.
I don't know. You know, I am inside most of the time. So you haven't been feeling like, well, my age is catching up with me. And I think the emotional stress of losing, I've lost all my family.
Yeah,
well, all my mother's brothers and sisters are gone. Now my sister and brother are gone.
Mm-hmm.
Yvonne is, still fighting her fight. I think that's a fight that she'll have to fight until the end.
Yeah.
And so I don't get out that much. I don't even get a chance to go to church that much because she quite often is not feeling well. Yeah. And these days, old Michael ain't feeling well either.
Yeah.
So just imagine how I'd be if I was feeling well, folks. I might come.
Yeah, buddy. As the old people say, be hell to tell the captain, right?
But it's truly an interesting time. Oh, I had my daughter needed a new phone, and she ordered a phone and had it delivered to the house. It's supposed to be here, supposed to have to sign for it and all that sort of stuff. And so we were here waiting for that to happen. On Thursday, it didn't happen. Finally went outside and discovered an empty box on the porch. But I have cameras facing the front door and stuff. So whoever do it, I guess, had done their surveillance before and figured how to get in without being in camera range or something, and stole an $1,100 phone.
Wow.
Something else supposed to have come the other day, and now they have a picture of a sticker of that on my door. But I have never seen that sticker on my door. So I don't know how they know where I am, how I'm doing, how to get away with it. But the sticker was not there. And so I'm trying to figure how they got a picture of a sticker on my door. Well, they could have done it at a different time when nobody was here in order to give the impression that was delivered. Thieves, man. Thieves, crooks, everywhere. And this was FedEx. Yeah. And so I approached the FedEx guy when he came through again. And so I was nice to him. I didn't want to seem like I was accusing him. But I asked him, and he remembered my address. And he says he dropped it off. I said, well, weren't you supposed to get a signature? That's what we requested, to make sure that it was placed in the right hands of people, because if not, we didn't want it left, because we know that people steal. And he kind of looked at me, and I said, yeah, all right, I got it. I got it. I got it. Wow. Let it go. But it's just so much thievery and dishonesty, in this world today. Something was supposed to be delivered today. I'm sitting here waiting. Finally got it. It's the medicine. But when you have people like Trump and his minions who will lie, they'll what's the kid's name who went out and killed people up in
Dylan Roof or Kyle somebody, Rittenhouse?
Those guys. When you can justify their behavior, you're just opening doors. And now I guess people feel like if you crazy enough to get a phone delivered to your house, I'm crazy enough to steal it. I don't know what America is going to become.
It is true that we are normalizing unacceptable behavior, but that's a paradoxical statement. It must be acceptable to somebody because they're doing it. So I guess I should say deviant behavior. We are aberrant behavior. Stealing and killing just must not be the rule of running a society, because that's just we can't normalize that stuff. We shouldn't normalize that stuff. That's closer to the truth, I think. You got
well, when hamburgers cost $10.
So you're saying rustling is all right, huh?
No,
you said
no, I'm
you
not
said
saying
rustling down, going down with going down to ranches and wrangling a few. What is it? Rustling or wrangling? Rustling.
Yeah, that's rustling.
Yeah.
But when hamburgers cost $10, I don't know what I don't even know what the minimum wage is now. Do you know what the minimum wage is?
I think the federal has been lifted slightly from $7.25. I do not know. But I will check for you. Go ahead and make your point.
Well, it don't matter. I was just talking about. I just wonder what has caused so much confusion because everything is so high. Mm-hmm. Gasoline is finally coming down, but it won't stay down long. Because Big Daddy Don and his people, they're going to mess it up some sort of way.
$7 federal is $7.25 per hour, and has remained unchanged. Here's the sad part about this statement: since 2009.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Well, my friend Charles Dawson told me, the late Charles Dawson, told me something. I guess I can say now since Dawson has passed away. Uh-huh. But one of his coaches, he was a track star down at A&M, told him about how they felt obligated to take care of the white athletes because white people need more than black people. And I asked him, he asked him how. Well, their wives expect to stay home for you to be the provider, so they have to be paid more. And he was trying to explain why black people got paid less. White people just need more of their families. No, they want them to have more. And they don't care about your families. You can work for less. And he said he kept his mouth shut because he didn't want to mess up his scholarship or anything like that.
Yeah.
But just to be told that it costs more to be white.
Well, that would make a good introduction. You should tell that story, write it down for me so I can put it in my book that I'm eventually going to write called The History of Cussing.
Oh, history of cussing.
The history of cussing. Because if it didn't start that day, it's never going to start. To be told that, yeah. You'd have to make up some real good swear words.
Scholarships, so
yeah.
He just had to keep it to himself.
Yeah. But, that's why he said he had to keep it to himself. He had some real choice words for them after that, I would imagine,
Yeah, because we don't pay any less than anybody. Yeah. We don't get a Negro discount. We get an upcharge.
Yeah, right. True that.
Yeah.
Well, Michael, it's been great, and I have enjoyed it.